That's everyone live. Boom. What's up, chat? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hi, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. 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 What's up, 1H Hen Q? What's up, bro? What's up, Q? What's up? What's up, Sale? Spectre, what's up? Cat, what's up? What's up? What's up? Hi, Vio. Hello. 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 Let me get right into it because I'm already freaking behind on wins, bro. I gotta get my wins today. What's your stats? It's like, it's bad. 139 games played, 46 wins. So it's like 1 in 3 games win. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. I win every 1 in 3 games. Hopefully we can change that today. Hopefully we can change that. Hopefully we can change that. I'll sleep. So what's up, Mavis? Good morning. Good morning, Mavis. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I got coffee. I'm chilling. Let's see if I can win this game. First game on, first win, question mark? We'll see. We'll get coffee. Yeah, it's a cold brew. Cold brew from Dunkin' Donuts. It was pretty fire. It was really, really good, low key. Wait, sometimes I don't know. Sometimes these load in, sometimes they don't. It's fine. Well, coffee. It's what did I just say? Cold brew, cold brew, cold brew, cold brew. I have it right here. Look, you can hear it. Hi, Synoptics. Good morning. Good morning, Synoptics. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Saturday, everyone. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. What's up, Minkas? Hello. Because it's finally Thanksgiving break. Oh shit, you're right. Thanksgiving's this upcoming Thursday, right? That's pretty pog. It's not tasty. Yeah, it has like whipped cream. Not whipped cream. It's like a sweet cold. It's like a cold foam. I don't know what it's called. It's really good though. How are you, Synoptics? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. By the way, chat. Can you guys hear my keyboard when I talk? Like, okay, you can only hear it when I'm talking. I think that's it. That's cool though. Okay, we gotta lock in. My first game on. I haven't PP'd it. I haven't PP'd at all. I haven't warmed it up at all. It's fine. Slightly, but I tried changing it, but it's fine. Village. Oh, there's one here. The structure. Maybe get iron from the top. We just drop down. I think is it? I forget what ways. Okay, I got it. Yeah, it's right here. This one, and then cool. Is that all I want? Okay, you got the last one. I got everything else. Cool. We're chilling. Okay. Now I have enough iron for the water bucket. Get wood and then just get water. Yeah, 3 diamonds, pog. I just go nether here, I think. If there's a service cave, we are even way better. But I'd rather just go look for water on top. It's not guaranteed you get water bucket in cave. Fuck. Can I even find a water bucket? Seen a bucket of water. Come on. Or if I see any kind of form of water just in caves, I'll go down on it. Hi, Kai. Good morning. Good morning, Kai. Nothing there. I mean, I could just go down and low-key just praise for a mine shaft, but fuck, I'm already like a little late. Low-key, I might just have to do that. Might just have to praise for a mine shaft with water in it. Yeah, because I ain't finding water, bruh. Morning, by the way, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Nah, I'm gonna play some solos today, bro. Dude, I am falling behind, bro. I'm falling a lot more behind. I gotta lock in, bro. I gotta lock in solos again. I need to be top 10 again. I need like 15, 16, like 18 more wins for top 20, for top 10. If I can get a damn water bucket, like what? Midnight page for teams. Damn, okay, Theo. Okay, Theo. What's up, Nero? How are you, Nero? I just thought, like, ugh, this shit's annoying. Not finding any water is actually cringe. You're 2 stars off? Damn. I'm not even 100 star yet. Sorry, am I? I'm 75 star. Why do everyone put T in chat? Oh no, I started something. I started something in chat. What's up, Techno? All right, bro. Hello, hello, hello. Damn. Yo, Ham, thank you for the raid. Ham, did you win that game? Sorry, my computer crashed. I had a... yeah, my computer crashed. Did you win the game? I think you did, right? I think you did. I think you did. I think you did. Yeah, W. Okay, 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 Ham. Okay, Ham. Hello, everyone from Ham Stream. Hello. Hi. I was once on top 10 leaderboard for Hoplite, but then I stopped playing for 1 day, and now I'm not. That's me. I'm looking for water, but I'm already like late. I'm super late in Nether. I don't even think I could reach Nether. If I, damn, this just sucks. There's just I spawned next to no water, bro. It's fine. I think I can late entry Nether, but I just need to get a book now. I'll get 1 book and just go down. Find a shuriken. Hopefully, yeah, there's gonna be water here, huh? Damn. Full diamond shard 3 plus scythe. Yeah, I saw that. And then you forgot you had scythe for the longest time. I don't want to like I didn't want to backseat. I was like, yo, you have a scythe, but GG's. What's up, Megalux? How are you? Okay, let's get 3 more, and then we'll just go down. Yep. Cool. Anytime. Bet. I got you. I will backseat when the next time I watch a stream again. I will backseat like there's no tomorrow. I normally backseat. So I have like a lot of friends that are like SMP members, and for some reason they like to like clog their inventory with just useless items. I get so mad when I just see like people that have like this, I don't know, just like useless items in their inventory. Oh, it just gets me so mad. It just grinds my gears. But I got you. I will backseat. I was gonna get the iron, but I want to smelt it. I don't want to just... Nice. So I might... Oh my god, that's water, but... I'll just pick it up then. It's whatever. Pick it up now and just mine it later. I'm playing really bad. I should be like in Nether right now, but I had a low-key bad cave experience. I didn't get any water from a cave, so now I have to just rely on finding 1 more diamond for a sharp 3 rush. Or sharp 2 rush at least. There's just like this cave here. Why do you sound like Phil's of Minecraft? What? I just don't. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Oh, chest, please have like a book in it. Oi, okay. To me you do? Okay. I don't, but you know. It's fine. It's fine. I suck at this game. Nah. You're good. I've seen worse. Oh, fuck. You smell like shit. Sorry. I just needed to kill that spider. I kind of got pressed by that spider there. Okay. Well, I need... Ooh, diamonds. Iron, lapis. Okay. Lapis on the chest? Yeah, I know. All right, I just go nether now. I have everything I need pretty much. There you go. Boom, boom. There you go. So happy cave spiders got nerfed. Wait, they did? Wait, really? What the? I just spawned on top of a... Wait, low key? Low key? It's a potion game. No, no. You... I'm not gonna... No, no. I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Have fun stream, bros. Appreciate it, Mavis. It was 12 seconds of poison. Wait, how much did they nerf it by? Dude, I hate that guy. Oh, that guy has pots now. Fuck. Okay. It's fine. We can... Low-key... Damn, I wanted to get Scythe now, but... I think low-key might be worth going back and just trading for Crying Gobby. Wait, what? He's gonna fucking follow me, isn't he? Yes. May I help you? Okay. The bro was following me for no reason then? What's that? Loki, I want to find fuck, I don't think I want to find another one though. Damn, it sucks. But really it's I'd rather have Scythe than not have it at all. Because someone has strength and I can just doink the potions from them. What's up, Antlo? How are you, Antlo? Hi, Antlo. Hi, Antlo. I have diamonds. I can always get enchants, so I don't really mind anymore. I just want to get two Crying Gobby. I don't want to deal with anyone with pots right now, I'll be honest. Need a kill for Amethyst as well. Let's... Okay, well. It's fun. I guess I can come back later and hopefully just praise for a piglin. Okay. There you go. What's up, Willowhide? What's up, bro? What's up, Orbit? Hello. Also, hi, Ollie. Sorry, I didn't say hi to you. I was being... That's not... Probably gonna be... Okay. Any more iron? Getting ready for an 8-hour shift of work? Oof, bro, I feel ya. I feel ya. I work this Thursday. I quit Thursday. I only work once every 2 weeks because shout out to YouTube for making me quit my job. I was allowed to quit my job for because of YouTube. So I recommend everyone do YouTube, smiley face. Try to get some good stuff here. I think this is this mine? Could have been mine. You know what I find weird is that you can make sticks that burn with this kind of wood, but you can't use the wood itself. I don't understand that. Okay, there's another water bucket here. I might just go for the sharp 2 now. Low key. I have lapis. Why do you say smiley face? Oh, I don't know. It's like, it's kind of like me, like, I don't know. I really don't know why I say smiley face out loud. I do that a lot though. Smile. Why do I just say smiley face out loud? Oh, because you guys can't see my face expression. So when I say smiley face, I'm actually smiling. Face cam soon? Question mark? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe I'd do a face cam, but I don't know. I low-key don't want to right now. Maybe we'll see. We'll see. Oh, already got all of them. Oh, Yeah, I thought it was botting out. I should probably, dude, I don't know why, but I always forget to get string. I just have like that, I don't know. Something tells you don't get string, you'll get it later. But I never get it. Iron for anvil, I'll go up. We're not gonna have enough for a short 3, but it's all good. What's up, Chris? Hello. How are you, Chris? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Chris. How are you this morning? How was your morning, huh? Why do you... Wait with that. Yeah, that's why I say smiley face out loud. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'll stop. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I woke up at 6 a.m. Isn't that pretty, like... That's a pretty good time to wake up, right? Like, early bird gets the worm type of deal? I should just go to the gym now instead of streaming. Yo. No, I don't want to go to the gym. I'll go later. I'll go on a later date. I'm taking IV. Moment, so okay, okay. I am drinking coffee at the moment. Go to the gym when you get the string. When you get string. So I shouldn't go to the gym at all and play Minecraft. You're trying to tell me, Ham. I've been away for 22 hours and oh my god. Wait, low-key? That can't be healthy, right? I mean, what am I saying? I've been up for like, I think the longest I've gone awake is like 48 hours. No, 56 hours. What's up, Voik? Hello, Voik. Hello. Who invited OG? What the fuck, Fatal? Hey. No, I invited myself, smiley face. I need iron. Watch, I'll drink right now, hold on. PP's about to be on, so I wanna lock the hell in, chat. Chat, everyone lock in. Is there a lock in 7TV emote? I think there is. I think we added it already, right? There's a freaking thing right there. Oh, PAX is on. Okay. Okay. What is that? That's okay. That's surface. I'll get two more iron and then just go up for the apples. Okay, bet. Sharp 2 diamond. It's all good. Throw that out. Okay. I also just make this down here because I don't want to get backstabbed up there. Okay. Let's go up, chat. Let's go up. Ham rated? Yes. A ham rated 12 minutes ago. W ham. Okay, I just took the ugliest picture of my cat ever. Wait, what? It can't be that ugly. Put it in general media. I want to see it. I want a cat so bad. I would trade my dog for a cat. Thoughts? Chat wants my dog. Free dog. Why did I just mine up in a damn... Okay. Oh, free apples. Okay. Fuck. Ow. This guy right here with the chest plate. He's bowing me. Fuck no, don't bow me. I can drop him, I think. Oh, can you eat that chest plate? Comcast Gamer? Looks like a... Whew. That was close. Only because you had a chest plate and you took like no damage. Holy fuck. Okay. Ooh, okay. Bet. I see 5 levels now. Pog, pog, pog. Okay. Bam, bam. Give me those apples back. Okay. Where the gold nuggets at? Why did everything go down here? What? You know have healing as well? I feel like everything went down here. Because lava acts like water for some reason. Alright, well he just had a power 1 bow for me. And chest plate, so that's really good kill. Okay. 1 gap, 1 G-head. Not too shabby. Oh, that was a little scary. I low-key was like... I low-key panicked because that was my first fight of the day. That's why it was so rusty, bruh. I was really rusty, but it's okay. Okay, cool. I think I could bow spam someone now. Yeah, posture, it just makes my posture good. Like, tend to like hunch over. Dude, I've seen everyone's posture when they're streaming, bro. Everyone has like normal posture. Bro, I'd be sitting crisscross applesauce in my chair and like hunched over, bro. It's like the worst posture. But that's just like, I don't know, I just feel comfortable like this. If I sit normally, like with my feet down, I just like feel like, I don't know, I feel like super weird. Do I have a saddle? I don't. I thought I just duped my bundle. Oh, oops. I think I saw someone over here. What the frick is crisscross apples? Like just leg over leg type of deal. Sorry. Dude, where is everyone at? Oh, I see someone. You think he's a sweat? Definitely has a sharp 3 sharp 2 as well. It's gonna be hard. 600 people in the... Oh my. Right, I'm just gonna gap now. Surely he's not trapping, right? Zubin? Oh, dude, he's 4. I'm not going. I don't want an AK with him or like a closed insert area. I'm cold. 22 people left still. There's just no one here. Someone has pots, bro. I forgot about that. Fuck. Wait, there's a full line here. 10 diamond sword. What is this? Well, you're gonna fight right now? Lazzy. 38. 32. Like, what are these arrow shots of mine? They're gonna fight. I'm just gonna clean. 26. Oh, Planty, like literally just 2-tapped them. Eat the head, eat the head, eat the head, eat the head. Don't eat the head, don't eat the head, don't eat the head, don't eat the head. I think he wants to make a G head, but I mean, he's gonna have to stop and craft. I don't want a bow. No, 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 no. Gaps. Dude, what is it? This song has like the damn ringtone to wake up. Y'all hear it or just me? Can make a jihad as well. You have his bundle. Oh shit. You have 3 diamonds? Wait, this is my bundle or is this his bundle? Yo, Shia, what's up? Hello. Okay, so I can make boots as well now, which I might just do. Yeah, thanks for follow. Appreciate it. Hey, could you maybe try my fur sometime? No. Actually, yes. Pay me like 1,000. I do it. Yeah. Y'all see what I'm talking about with the laggy part? Why? Why you gotta come in clean, bro? Okay, well, bro just threw that clean. This is my kill. Why? I'm 12, bruh. Oh my god, we're gonna run forever now. I just gotta get someone with crying obby, bro. I gotta pray someone has crying obby on them. Or I get 3 diamonds and just go nether and just pray for crying obby somewhere. There's someone has strength out there. 100% someone has strength. Oh, I hate the... Yeah. Singular diamond from me. I can make more healing. Where's the other one? Did I not have any more books? Make one more. Pursuing guy just killed someone. Where's this? Wait, this guy's on 6. What? Wait, Zoom was slain by Naomi. And that was like over here. Wait, no. Bro, you... This guy's hella healing. Got him. Okay. R1. Boom. A 3 diamond. Stooms. Okay. Go back over here. Oh, he had amethyst. Perfect. Okay. I make more stuff right now. I just gotta loot the stuff that's like right here somewhere. It was like literally everything in the world I needed. Emerald sword, like surely it's like a amazing emerald. Bro. Did someone just brew in here? Oh no. Okay. Or 2, sharp 3. I can look at me, can start 4 if I go another. Is that 12 levels, I think? I think the dude literally looted everything. No way. Yo, that horse is fast. Okay. This guy's pretending to be AFK. I'm guaranteeing you. Okay, there's just a full line here. I'll gamble. You know what? I'll gamble. I'm down to gamble. Let me just kill this kid right here. No, this. If I've ever seen a trapper, it's this guy for sure. This is like a trapper and a half, right? I'm gonna get trapped right now. No troll chat. I'm gonna get trapped. I'm literally about to get trapped, and it's gonna be crazy. No, I don't think so. It's a head hitter right now. Watch. It's a head hitter. Get a G-head. There's a katana. Wait, come here. Got him. And drop the G-head. Good bones. Hella arrows. That guy has katana and I'm scared of that guy. Why is there apples here? Okay, I'll take those apples. Can I do a gamba now? Yeah, I was scared to get trapped right there, I'm not gonna lie. That guy's... Oh, he has a katana, but he's just gonna run forever, so there's no point in chasing him. Alright, gamba time. Give me 2 crying obby, please. 2 crying obby. Okay. Do I have... How much diamonds do I have? 3 here? Wait, what? I don't think that's getting good, though. Throw that out. Oh, I'm full diamond. Cool. I low-key... I should probably enchant these leggings. I just have so much in my inventory. I don't need too many apples. I'm gonna... Sun... Enchant tables. Okay. It's in here. Amethyst. Okay. Bam. Bro, what's with all these horrible enchants on everything? Protection. Did I not pick up an anvil? Okay. Make 6 start 4. That's a lot of levels. How much level is it? Anyone know? I mean, I have a shit ton. I can get a shit ton of lapis, right? Wait, wasn't there like a bunch of lapis in here? Should I just gamble the last 2 heads or nah? Give me sand now, I guess. Oh my god, I'm not gonna have enough time. It's 12. How's the game so far? Pretty good. I'm full diamond. One piece pro 2. Someone still has pots out there. That's like the only thing I'm scared of right now. But I mean, I have no crying obby. I guess you know what I have to do, like, low key chat. I set the gamba and just pray for 2 crying obby. Like the 2 heads are just like, I don't know. Like I'd rather get 2 crying obby. Hey, you'd rather just get that, bro? Like, why do I get a multi-shot? Okay, 2 multi-shot books. All right, bro. That horse is gone like PvP, so GG's. G freaking G. About a bedge? Okay, okay, okay. Fuck, I have no iron. I can't really make anything. Okay. Chad, do we win this? Put this over here. Chill. One guy right there with boots. I just need to rush. Like, what do I just get mid chest? Someone has strength, bro. Someone has strength. I'm scared of that. And that's no one makes strength. Yeah, that's the guy's strength right there for sure. For sure. And he has a flame. Star 4 for sure.
I'm a fan of your videos, but I'm not.
Thanks, bro. Sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm playing like a rat.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Your videos are very entertaining.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Love you, man. Appreciate it. Means a lot. Alright, I have an idea.
My level up game.
Energy it.
If you'd rather die, can I get this screen real quick?
Okay. Soft hand my blocks. Fuck. Okay. I think I can. Damn, I need like low-key this term guy to come in and help me out somehow. I can't let him fight over here. This guy has healing. Guys, go with the bow, bro. Easy. I have like nothing. I have no cobwebs, nothing. I just... Fuck. Oh, dude, I hate laggy people. You just... No way, dude. Fuck, man. I got clean, dude. Fuck. Damn, dude. Ah, fuck. I can't do anything. I got clean there. Ugh. Tarn, bro. I get comboed him, too. Ugh. I didn't drop. That's GG's. It just got cleaned. Yeah. And I couldn't bow him because if I would just lose the bow game, he picked up all the armor there. It's just GG's. GG's, bro. GG's. Annoying, but it's GG's. I really can't do anything. I wonder what that full damage gear was, though. Definitely full P2. It's annoying. GG, yeah, I go next. Whew. Okay, it's all good. GG chat. GG's. Kind of close, yeah. Loki, if I actually like 3 crits there at the end, I probably Loki could have won. I have full P1 sharp 3 sword. Damn. I just had no healing then. I just new update for Civ. Oh, really? So you can make P3 armor now? Jesus. All right, like Loki. I might just have to start cleaning people, even if I'm cool with them. I see what foray means now. I'm just too nice. I don't clean people, but I mean, I guess that's just I have to start doing that now. P1 armor instead of Jesus. Okay, so you can go from P1 to P3. Is that how it works? That's fuck. That's hella broken. That means like a full iron won't drop anymore.
Good fight.
Yo, GG's, man. GG's. You played really well.
I got
What was your healing, by the way, during that fight?
I had 4 gaps, 3 G heads, 2 heads. I got
Oh, fuck. Yeah, you
That was my first solo win. I tried my hardest.
You did really well. You did really well. I think I think you just got really cocky when I went into the border and you just tried to chase me. Just let me take damage next time.
Nah, I should have backed off.
Yeah. Chat, that's another thing, by the way, chat. People, fuck. Why did I just pull my Discord for some reason? People tend to like get really cocky during fights, and they just chase you to border for some reason. Don't do that. don't get cocky and chase someone into border. You're just tanking damage. Like if you have no healing, I guess like the other person's like a half a heart. Maybe yeah, do it then. But I myself would not risk. It's like. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't risk just taking damage in the border to kill someone, you know? Especially if I have 0 healing. Yeah, that yeah, don't be like, yeah, exactly. Well, that was actually like really unlucky too. Oh, that could be a diamond in there, I think. Yeah, full P3 is crazy in teams. I mean, I haven't played teams yet, but I can guarantee P3 might be a little broken. But I mean, if it, I think I know what they're trying to go for. They don't want like full irons dropping anymore, if that makes sense. Because yeah, I don't know why I'm burping a lot. I don't know. Yo, I can't even say your name. One sec. Let me just focus up real quick. There's a chest right here somewhere. Where's the chest at? Am I dumb? Whatever, I'm wasting too much time. Damn, I have literally nothing to pick this thing up. What's up, Betty? Hello. What's up, Chocolate Milk? Hello. Yo, you playing tomorrow in Crown Quest, bro? I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Me and my teammate, Carter, we're about to pop off, bro. First place. I don't speak that much. American? I'm guessing you're trying to say American. Hello. Yes, I'm American. But try to keep the chat English only. English or Spanish, because that's the only things I understand. Dude, tomorrow Crown Quest, bro. We're about to pop off. We're about to pop off, Carter. I'm streaming it on my alt account, by the way. Because I'm streaming, I'm already gonna stream twice in one day, so I just wanna keep them separate, you know? Keep streams separate. Yo, Graham, what's up, Graham? Hello. W lava placement. Yo, I follow Rat Femboys. What is that name, bro? Hello. Broken at team? Nah. Oh, it's Bastion somewhere. Go 0-0 first, and then we'll go from there. Wait, unless it's over there. Nope, it's not. Oh, Bastion here. Oh my god. Okay. We're next to it. First one here. No, I'm not. Running lobby. Bro, I'm one of you guys now. Come on. Come above me. Ow. Please don't be looted. It's looted, isn't it? It's looted. It's looted. It's looted. This guy took it. Ho ho ho. ho ho. Diamonds! Holy shit! I have 6 diamonds on me. Yo, focus up, man. Fun. Come on now. Why are you? Come on. Where are you going mid game, bruh? Okay, bro. I literally had nothing, by the way. I'd go back down and get the chest in there. Chat, am I a rap for that? Also, what's up, Oliver? Olivers, hello. Donna? Need the other chest. I'm not gonna find any other chests, am I? I hate finding the chest in this damn bastion. I hate this bastion. I just want a giant katana, bruh. Oh, just right there. I think I looted that one though. Go higher, maybe? Oh, here, look. Nope, iron block. It could be a power 3 game. I have a lot of arrows already. But do I really want a bow though? I don't really want a bow. You guys gonna get the last chest, the gold. I don't know how to loot this bastion like this. Low key, I don't. Get a bunch of gold, but dude, that guy got probably. Damn, I can't believe I got cleaned there at the end. Actually, low key kind of irritated me a little bit, but I mean, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We win some, we lose some. Really can't do anything about it. Yeah, this gold's not looted yet. I have enchants though, which is really good already. Infinite gold as well. What's up, Kuga? How are you, Kuga Bunga? Yeah, I don't have a thing. I mean, I could be cringe and make pots. Should I be cringe and make pots? Should I love it to the max? No, I'm not Greninja. What am I doing? I'm not a pot crutcher. I have obby, right? Oh, fuck. You know what? I left the obby up there. Yo, get in there, bro. Okay. Oh, fuck. I'm just gonna toss him like stuff, making sure, pretend. I'll pretend like I. More obby. Hey, dude. Hey, dude. Yeah, man. Yep, I'm definitely not trading right now. Definitely not trading for gold, for obsidian right now. Nope, not trading, not trading. Okay, bye. I look, you want to go up there? Hopefully the obby's still there. Dude, did I really? I didn't get any obby, bruh. This thing's the obby's taken already, isn't it? Oh my god, I can kill this guy too. Hold up, I'm about to cook something real quick. I'm about to cook. I'm about to cook. Oh, this guy got the head. Uh-oh, uh-oh, this guy's in trouble, this guy's in trouble. Uh-oh. A book? 15 books, I'll take that. Okay. What else does this guy have? 8 diamonds? Okay, looks like all these piglins are about to die. Wait, I literally got everything I needed already. I have full iron. Leggings. Wait, I'm literally ready. I have enchants. Oh my god, that just got picked up. Wait, what are these guys doing, bruh? Wait a second. Fuck. You got the head. Yeah, okay. You're being cringe, I see. Fuck. You know, I know, that's what I realized. I just realized I have no gold armor. I need to get out of here, though. Oh, fuck. I almost just died. It's fine. I'll just, I'll get levels here. Olivers. Is it not Olivers? Am I dumb? Can I just call it Oliver? Hey, no, Chris, I'm sorry. Wait, what is bro doing? I thought bro went back to the portal. Guess not. Did anyone like spawn in the nether that I can just get the hell out of here with? No one spawned in the nether, really? I guess I want to get out so I can enchant. Come on, let me get out of here. Olive ears. Oh, olive ears. Okay. Hi, olive ears. Hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Portal. All right, I'm out. Have a head on me. Should I Ares blessing chat? Should I Gamba? Or Lapis? I don't have a Lapis. Fuck. You know what? Might need to go back and smack down real quick and get Lapis. Wait, should I gamble the head? Oliver, bet. Chat, I'm kind of tempted to gamble. Something tells me to gamble the head. Gamba? Bet. If I get anything good, 300 gifted subs. Please, 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 please. W? Yo, what's with everyone dying around me? I swear that guy died in there probably. I'm gonna go loot there after. I seen Lapis. I want to enchant. There's a guy in there, I think. Went down here, right? Where did I go down from? I swear I was like right here when I went down. See Lapis when I come back up. I can make enchant table. Here, I'll make that now. And I'll make boots as well. And I'll have 2 spare. Wait, low-key, I could have rushed Grimoire. Wait, I was already here. Was I not here? True. If I didn't gamble there, I probably would not have gotten diamonds. See? I'll gamble my life savings away now. Because I can expect like 2 times the amount. You know what they say? If I don't win 40, I can win 80. And if I don't win 80, I can win 160. So basically doubling until I don't have any more. Fire. Okay, well, I'm not getting any Lapis from this, and I'm not liking this one bit. Chat, don't listen? Yeah, don't listen to me. I'm just yapping. Can I please get lapis, bruh? Alright, I'm gonna go up. Why am I digging up like in a tall ass mountain? Gotta gamble away my life funds. Okay, don't do that. Wait, what? Why level am I at, bro? Jesus Christ. Someone's here. I swear I saw an IGN over here somewhere. Hold on. I just want lapis, bro. I just want lapis. Knew it. Lapis. Eight apples, Jesus, okay. I'm just gonna make my G heads now. Yeah, I mean, I have everything I need already. I have arrows for days. I guess I could just make a power 3 as well. Or like a sharp 2 as well, though. Why did I just make what? I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna get the sharpness. Am I dumbass? Okay. Fuck. For the iron. I saw pearls up here. There we go. There's really no more iron. Bruh. Oh, dude, I have a stack of iron in my inventory. I'm blind. Okay. Yeah, please get sharp. No. Five? I don't even have 5 levels. Fuck. Okay. Bruh, this is actually annoying. Wait, actually, I do have 5 levels. What am I doing? Wait, where are the zombies spawning from? Is there like another spawner somewhere? Oh, they're right there. Bam. Bam. Power 2. Okay. Power 2, sharp 2. 2 gaps. 6 gaps. 2 G heads. I could probably make more gaps though. I mean, I'm pretty much set. I'll make more healing though. I don't want to drop. I can make 10 more gaps. Okay. Okay. Gamba means prawn in Spanish? Wait, what? Oh, it doesn't? Bro, I speak Spanish. What do you mean? No, it ain't. Liar. This way. Oh. Oh my god, there's a... Should I prawn him, chat? Oh my god, please don't be trapping. I'm probably on him. Get him, dogs. Get him, dogs. Wait, I literally have the texture pack, so I can see if there's a... Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. Bruh, I got one hit on him. Nah, please don't be trapping. Please don't be trapping. I'm 23. Oh my god, he got one by dogs. Hey. I need to trust my man, sorry. He's gonna die here. Dead. Wait, why was his inventory so clean? Damn, okay. Yo, Viv, what's up? Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Wait, chat, did I have 3 kills? What happened to my other kill? What the fuck? Did I lose a kill? Huh? Speaking of arrows, I think I'm good on arrows now. I can gamble the head after I get this kid right here. I'll make Prot 2 armor maybe. Yo, where is this guy running? Why is he running so weird? Oh my god, please don't be trapping, bro. Chat, if this guy's trapping, I'll cry. His name is Applesauce or something. Apple pen, pineapple pen. It does? Wait, really? Oh god, yes, you see me. You see me. Don't act like you didn't see me. No, 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 no. Not the water, not the water, not the water. Okay. Gamble time. Gamblers always lose. I mean, always win. Please, please. It's the 3. Speed 2. Okay, I'll take that. It's a pot game now. Highly draw. Good morning. Hey, wait, Prot 2. I'll take that. Any Prot books? Oh, there is a Prot book in there. Wait, Chestplate's already Prot 2. I mean, I have like a bunch of apples. I can just make healing, I guess. Four diamonds. All right, if someone finds that inch table, good luck. This is indeed a W song, though. I added like a bunch of songs yesterday to the private playlist, by the way, chat. Wait, is there a playlist come in? I forgot if there is. If you guys want to add like, or I mean, I'm not gonna add songs, but I can look at the song if I'm gonna add it, and if I like it, I'll add it. But if I don't like it, I just won't add it. So yeah, just put them in Discord and maybe look at them. I seen Amethyst and Two Heads now. Do I speak two to the person I see? Watch check. Oh fuck, low key. Thank you. Chat, how's everyone's day, by the way? Everyone having a good day? What's up, Econ? What's the sharpness? It's sharp 2. Wait, Loki, I should probably make that sharp 3. I'll make it later. I'll kill people with sharp 3, sharp 2. Yo, Tech Ninja, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Is someone here that I know? Oh no. Remember, kids, not gambling, it's investing. True. It's true, so true. Fuck, I have no lava, bruh. I see someone? Can't tell. I'm sick? Yo. I got sick last night, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of threw up everywhere. Ooh. Come here, full iron. Wait, rip iOS. This guy sounds like a trapper. Yeah, no, he's definitely a trapper. Definitely a trapper, right? There's no way he's not a trapper. No way this guy's not a trapper, bro. I just feel like I'm gonna get trapped. A key. Yeah, definitely. Dude, no way he's not a trapper. Walk that bed and pass on the floor. Oh my god. Take care of yourself. Dude, this guy. Yeah. Okay. Let me guess. I go down there and I get trapped. Yep, and then he's gonna go like in a 1x1. There's no one around though. There's no way. This guy's definitely a trapper, right, chat? Dude, I'm scared. All right, whatever. Oh my god. Why did he just have a bunch of junk? He was trapping. I knew it. TNT minecart. I knew he was trapping. No, he was actually trapping. He had a TNT, I think he had TNT minecart kit. Dude, I just knew it. He just looked like a trapper. Okay. I'll speak to him the next person I see. Like actually decently stacked with diamond legend or something. Wait. Is that my wolf? I probably should name tag my wolf. If I see a name tag in the next game, I'll just take it. A name tag at dinner bone. Oh, I see someone. He's not stacked though. Oh wait, he is. Give me a katana. I look, you want it. But yeah, you're dying to my wolves, buddy. Is Midas too? Okay. I probably should know how to use my speed there. Okay. Wizard Midas though. One, bro. Okay. I kind of just wasted my speed power on that guy. Let's find this. Make sharp 3 katana, maybe? It's literally better than my sharp 2 diamond already. Okay. 9.5 damage already. How did I just drop that guy with the katana? What? Did he have no healing? There's gold nuggets in there. Should I pick them up, chat? You can't combine the... You have to have a netherite sword for combining. There's a... Wait, chat. Surely he comes back, right? Do we kill him or no? I'll just like love tap him real quick. Wait, surely he comes back though, right? Chat, do I kill him? Yo, can I get a pull going, chat? Mods, can I get a pull? Hold on, mods. Pull it. Do I kill this guy or do I wait for him to come back? Pull. Kill or do I wait? I'm gonna call it for now. Be evil. No. I don't want to be evil though. But Aoki, I mean. I'm on mobile too. My mods are all in mobile. Holy shit, supported. What's up, bro? Damn, bro. God damn. All right. Bro's been following forever. Bro literally made my channel. God damn. Ooh, 3 diamonds. I'm full diamond now. Oh, and the XP bottles. Please have amethyst. Okay. Wait, did I already make all my P boxes or my gambas? Oh, wait, I have 2 more heads on me. Wait, I really hope I made all my P boxes already. Wait, my diamonds. Yo, Rip iOS, what's up, bro? Bro, were you trapping, bro? Rip iOS? Dude, I thought you were trapping, man. I'll be honest. Okay, I have one more. Bro, of course I got 8 ads. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, chat. Do I have lapis now? I do. What's up, bro? What's up, supported? Wait, who are you? Do I know? If you, dude, I used to like. Who are you? If you like, who are you? Who are you? Supported. Dude, if you followed me 5 years ago, that was like, dude, was that like ultra? That was like ultra UHC, right? Holy shit, it's a long ass time. Daddy Qndres, why ego? Wait, you messaged me? Wait, you messaged? Oh, hi Stu. Sorry, I didn't see. My bad, I didn't see your message. Sorry. Fuck you. You ego me, asshole. The fuck? Fucking say I egoed your ass. You ego me. Chat, this ego guy, this Greninja guy is actually an egotistical egoer. Yep. You egoed me. No. I'm sorry, Stu. I'm loving it right now. Stu, should I get back on and just like try to get 10th place again? I swear, I didn't play for like 2 days and they already got like double my wins already. Might do it. What's a full diamond? Hello.
Hello.
I'll be honest. Sure.
By the way, I'm out of food. Yo, could you drop me like a steak or 2?
Oh, yeah, I got you with the steak, man. Here you go.
Thank you.
We're at the fight then.
Oh.
You're not a TNT marker on you, do you? You're not gonna like pull something real quick? You're not gonna like pull like a TNT marker in front of my face and just pull it just pull me up?
I do not. Also, yo. If
yeah?
you want to run some Civ, I have a strat to get full diamond before PvP.
Whoa. Wait, no, wait, yo.
It's not X-ray.
Okay, yo. I muted the stream. Wait, tell me how do you get full diamond before PvP?
If you have Feather, you can download a world minimap And then if you
That's
put
not
on,
a yo
your
yo
brother
yo
uses
yo. I'm
Zelda.
gonna be okay. Yo yo psst,
Nah,
yo. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's not allowed.
you can't use maps.
You can't
Damn,
download the
bro.
map.
That's crazy.
That's you can't because that's like technically it's like X-ray. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean it's like
Alright, I have to
yeah.
swap off that. I'm gonna go back to Bad Lion. Bad Lion's a W.
I mean yeah. I'll be honest. Yeah, don't do that because that's like low-key cheating. But I'll be honest. I didn't hear that. I'm gonna go over here.
Alright,
You have a good day. Okay, bye. I didn't hear anything.
bye.
Chat, this guy's literally X-ray. Bro admitted X-ray. Um, 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 okay, so he's full P1. Dude, what? Dude. um. I mean, I guess it didn't say in the rules. I could give him that much. It doesn't say you can't download the world. But I mean, it's also common sense you can't download it. But it's fine. Chat. Hey. Hello. No, I can't take that, bro. I can't take that, man. I don't want to get banned. Okay, he's running away. I'm taking it anyways. I'm gonna fight him though. I'm gonna throw it away. You know, I don't need that. I don't need it. I'm throwing it away. I don't want to take handouts because I don't get banned. Then I also don't need. I just got an email from what? I just get a. Okay. When are you gonna do Civ? Maybe later. Maybe later. What's up, Bean B? Okay, that guy is the full diamond. Oh, he's a 2-4. I'll go for this guy first. Come on. Fuck, this is just gonna run forever. I'm so sorry, Banjo. Why is he... Bro, I can't find anyone. All right, I'm going for this guy. Okay. Bro. Who is bowling? Dude, who is bowling me, bruh? What the f... Yo, why is bro bowling me? Okay, I gotta drop someone. Seven levels. And he had damn enchanted book. Sweeping gets 3. I don't think I need that. You have lapis. You have sand though? No sand. Just have a bunch of heads. Still no amethyst, which just really sucks. He has full P1. I shouldn't be scared of him. Okay, we'll see. Yo, is someone up there, bruh? I just used a TP on accident. Hey, there's a man.
Like, I'm not trying to team, but you can leave me alone, bro. You can do that.
I'll be honest, bro.
Drop 2 gaps. Drop 2 gaps.
Hey.
I'm boosting you. I'm boosting you, bro. Come on.
Oh, bro, this guy's on 11. Oh, fuck. I'm just gonna kill this guy. Bro, I'm getting bowled every corner. I wanted to shoot the head. There's 2 people on the...
Did you really just not grab this guy's phone? There was a totem and you didn't pick it up.
What? The hell is this guy talking about?
You didn't pick up the totem this guy had. Good fight.
Pick the full diamond up! That's right. Okay, Banjo. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had a banjo.
Infinity go!
Were you fishing all game?
No, I got this with a regular rod in like the first minute of fishing.
Oh, okay. I don't have infinity to Balbo you though. So, what do you do for fun, Banjo?
Fish.
You fish? You like to fish?
Yeah.
That's nice, man.
Play video games.
Oh, you fish and play video games? Okay. What's your favorite game?
Minecraft.
Okay. Are you like an A+ student?
No.
You're not an A+ student, bro? Come on, man. Yo, lock in, bro. Lock in school, bro. Get those A+, all right, man?
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying.
Okay. Well, what are you struggling in? What subject?
Mostly, I think history.
History? I'll be honest with you, bro. You're never gonna use that ever in your life.
I know.
Don't need to struggle with that. What are my arrows? Where are my arrows going? Wait, what's your healing, bro?
Nothing.
Here, take this. Save it for a fight. Then we want to go. Okay.
Yeah, just give me a sec. Just gotta see if I can make. Yeah.
Making a G head.
Yeah.
Yo, Molly, thanks for follow, bro. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you, Molly. Hello, Molly.
I think I'm ready. Yes, I'm gonna be.
You ready? Wait, what was that emerald sword? One sec.
Sharp one.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you full P1? What's your armor?
Prot 2, Prot 2, Prot 1.
Okay, that's like the same thing. Okay, bye. Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, I'm getting destroyed.
GG's. GG chat, GG. Finally, bro. Oh my god, man. God damn. Dude, this should be 2-0, bro, but I lost the last one. Ugh, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Yo, Molly, how are you, man? Molly, I think we were in the sim event one time. We were in that one parkour event, right? What's up, Molly? Hello. What is that? It's like 20 is like 3, 4. It's like 16 more wins, bro. It's fine. If I get like 4 more tonight, hopefully. Hopefully. Wait, who's in 10th place? Lily, okay. Easy 1-1, yeah. Back. Oh, I was apparently full. What the hell? I'm glad that server's doing well, by the way. I hope it's like, let me see. Is there like a VIP? Yeah, okay. People are actually buying. Good, good, good. I'm glad that they had like the VIP. Wait, chat, to buy, you can't, hold on. Let me see. What's the server? It's hoplite.gg. I want to see how much, I actually don't know how much it costs for like a regular rank. Ranks, VIP, create username, enter username, Qndres. Each rank cost. Oh, I see, I see, I see. Okay, it's a subscription, $10 a month. Okay, which makes sense. Which makes sense. Because I mean, I don't know, it just makes sense. It's like $10 a month. I would give one away, but I'm just gonna forget to wait. Actually, I can just gift it, right? I can just buy gems and gift the rank. What does it cost? It's like 800. I can hold on. Let me see. I'll go back. I'll see for next stream if I can give one away. Wait, why don't people wait? Can you gift yourself a rank or no? Do you get 1,200 gems? Gonna be running solos. Saws. It's like a Netflix subscription. Yeah. You know, I definitely have a Netflix subscription. Definitely don't just yoink it off my friend. Jack, can I have someone's Hulu password, please? Oh, wait, what? What the hell? Wait, what the fuck? I want to like learn how to rush something fast. I know I can rush Katana if I do that. I don't know. Yeah, don't use Feather Client. Feather Client is not. Yeah, I wouldn't use Feather Client. I'll get Lunar Client hopefully by next stream. Hopefully it gets like not laggy. Bruh. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Okay, so that 7 pumpkin guy's pretty good. Wilderhide's in this game. Wilderhide, please don't TNT, my bro. Please, bruh. Please, bruh. Yo, the great Azan.
Don't leak.
Bro, guys, yo, Wilderhide is trapping. Wilderhide is using a TNT minecart. Wilderhide, if you guys see Wilderhide in chat, he is using a TNT minecart. Wilderhide. I hear myself. Who's watching my stream? Or just echoing?
Like all of us.
Oh, it's Andres. Yo, hi Andres.
Yo.
Bro, how many gabs did this guy have? I swear to God, I feel like 20.
Did you lose? Rip, man. Wait, chat, I'm curious. I'm gonna type in a letter in the chat when it's scattering. Everyone just copies whatever I say. Watch. Everyone just does it. Please go easy, says MCC3408. Okay, MCC. Bros. Okay. Hello, Hazy. I will see you in deathmatch once again, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Oh, 07. Watch. I'll do it when everyone drops. Or do I want to go sharp 3 rush? I mean, nah. Let's see what we can do. See what we can do here. Can we do damage this game? Oh, okay. It's a house, tree house. I'm just not landing in that tree house. Like I'm just, holy shit. I'm just way behind. Lava. Okay. Oh, that's the one I want to go to instead. Surely no one's landing here, right? Can I get ice here? What's up, Duitsy? How are you? Yo, chat, can I get ice in these in this structure here? Can I just like rush lich staff? Is that a thing? Oh, lag? Uh-oh. I think it's server lagged. That's not good. Server crash? What happened? Oh, yep, I did. Okay. Oh, sticks. Bread, iron, sticks. Wait. Go up floor now. What is the chest is this? What the yo, what are these chests? Okay, scammed. All right, do I win this game? We'll see. I might need to go oh, that's a I low-key need that for later. All right, I can rush another now. Give me a water bucket now. Welcome, chat. Welcome to my stream. If you guys are new here, follow me, please. Thanks. If Qndres the goat, type. No one's typing 3. Damn. And people so. Damn. Everyone's focused up, I guess. Water here. Go back over there. Yo, redstone slime. What's up, bro? Damn, okay. Yo, Willerhide, if I kill you, bro, I hate you. Wait, are you in this lobby? Did you dodge? No way, you dodged. No, you didn't dodge. Fuck. Well, you should just dodge me, bro. Why are you here, man? Stop. I don't want to get TNT minecarted, man. Please don't TNT minecart me. Where's that lava pool that I saw earlier? Like, I'm really late to Nether. Like, nice. Huh? Was there not a lava pool here? Okay. No lava. There's a hat, though. Take that. Good, man. What are we rushing today? Well, currently nothing because I have no lava. I wanted to rush Nether, but that's 2, 4, 5. Is that enough? 4, 5, 6 should be enough. Wait. My scuffed portal. Fuck, I fucked it up already, I think. Chat, I think I fucked it up. What am I doing? Yeah, I'm literally botting out. What am I doing? This is not how you make a portal. The fastest way. What in the world did I just try to make? Honestly, It doesn't work. What the fuck? Okay. That's my portal. Cabin side? Wait, what? Who's this? Someone's already here. I spawned at 002. Why did I just get a 00 portal? What? Wait. It's Sebastian. Okay. Anything this way? Nothing that way. Nothing that way. Is it Pause Buzz? I wonder if it's Pause Buzz. Where is it at? It's not Pause Pause. Maybe an egg pause? I should be able to see it now. I think it's this way. How do you craft this? How do you craft this? Can you craft this soul sand or no? I want to be able to like just sprint jump off of this. I see it. Okay, so someone's here already. Someone's been here. And someone looted all the chests already. Nice. Did they loot all the chests? That was a question. It looks like they probably have looted every single chest in the world. Have they though? Oh yeah, they definitely have. I was so late. Dude, they looted everything. Wait, no way they got back up. They got back up. Wait, no way they got the last one here, right? Isaac 2D. You smell like shit. You smell like shit. Wait, I think they literally low-key looted everything. Nah, no way you looted everything. Brother hide. What's up, Sat? Just sat. Hello. Mister, I got a 1440 my first. Holy shit. Wait, you're smart. Wait a second. Wait, my chat smart? Question mark? Wait, W, good shit. I think I was too dumb to take that SAT test. No, actually, no. Was it? Wait. The ACT, SAT. One of them I didn't take because our school didn't allow us to take it or something like that. All right, well, I'm just dead now. I came in there so late. Oh. Okay, so maybe they don't loot every single chest and they forget that one chest that has this in it. Cool. Okay. They looted that one. Hello, Willerhide.
Yo, no, some guy was here before me. He was like bantering to himself.
What's his name?
But I don't know. But I actually got all the gold because he didn't know where the gold was in the patch.
Bruh. Yeah, I got nothing.
Yeah,
I got 3 gold. I'm just gonna trade for Obby because I don't want to use Obby, you know?
That's fair, that's fair. I've got 16 obby.
Oh, yeah? Oh, I got...
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's just a GG. Then you just win. You got gold, you got healing, just GG's.
Maybe.
Don't trap,
I have
bro.
to get
Don't be
stacked.
trapping, bro. Don't be doing that. Don't be
Bro.
doing what you do, bro.
What do you mean? What's wrong with dropping?
Bro, let me see a team mic on your hand. Let me see it. Let me see it.
Where you at? Where you at? I mean, maybe.
I
Maybe
hate
I
you.
have one.
I hate
Maybe
you.
I have one. Maybe I have one. Bro, why is the skeleton? Okay, that's actually kind of annoying. Like, I'm a little bit, you know.
I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Can you throw that out actually right now? Yo, throw it out and you get $1 million. No cap.
$1 million?
Yeah, throw it out. All right, bet. Yeah, I knew it. Yep, bro wanted it. Yep, yep, yep.
I can't live without it, man.
Well, chat, that can be bad. You have a good one, Willer Hyde. I'll be over here on my way over here.
Yeah, man.
I won't be seeing you actually. Chat, if we see Willer Hyde, we just don't go for him. I'm sorry. I don't want to get trapped, bruh. It's a one tap, I'm pretty sure. Is it a one tap? Full diamond? What is it? Can I get one tap with a full diamond TNT minecart or no? Can I get silk touch though? I look here, might just mine down here. Oh, there's already. Why is someone already here? Oh shit! I mean, oh. It's like 4 minutes of PvP. Don't stalk me, please. Don't stalk me. Don't. He's gonna stalk me, isn't he? He's gonna stalk me. I mean, I have a G head, so sure, stalk me if you want. Okay. Oh, there's just no cave. Wait, is bro gonna stalk me? Hold on. He's gonna stalk me. He knows what's happening. I did get before. I got really lucky and I found one. Please don't stalk me, please. How you doing, man? If you don't remember me, scoot me. Yeah, bro. I think I do, bro. I swear. I'm telling you, I used to like. That was like back, like I asked you. I asked you if you were from Ultra UHC, or where were you from? What server did we play on together, bro? I heard Warden. I'm pretty sure we played it on HCF or Ultra, right? OGAF, yes sir. See, I'm not dumb, bro. I'm not dumb. Put another right. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Okay. So basically, wait, actually, no. Wait. TNT minecarts are nerfed, right? Explosions are nerfed since it's on normal, right? This guy's gonna stalk me, and I feel like I'm gonna die. Actually, I have. Wait, no, he breaks my stuff, right? Okay, well, sure. Let's see if someone dies, but I don't think he's that dumb. I gotta just like keep my distance. Okay. Back into it. Damn, supported. Okay, I see you, bro. How'd you get the IGN, but how'd you get that Twitch name? That must mean like you're hella like even Twitch OG, right? Supported, like you don't see like OG names like that often. I've seen like the name Room, ROOM. I also seen number one, literally just the number 1 on Twitch. Yeah, it's a skull. It's 1,000,000% looted already, right? Or is it not looted yet? I don't think it's looted yet, I'll be honest. A strike 1. How many more strikes do I got? Yeah, it's looted. Fuck. Fuck, chat. Shit, 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 shit. Okay, it's gonna spawn in here. Don't really want those, to be honest. For some binding? Like what? Okay, that's a warden. Did they buff wardens? No, right, chat? Please tell me they didn't. Please tell me they didn't. One sec, chat. I have to clear comms for a bit because I don't want to die. All right, I'll just get out of here now. I hikey don't want to die. Okay. Just gotta kill for a diamond sword now. Or not. Never mind. I don't have to kill for a diamond sword. This. Do this. Do that. Do this. Yep. All right, so I pretty much have a sharp 3 diamond, right? Or it's like sharp 1. I have a sharp 1 diamond with leggings. That's nice. It's a good rush. Like, what happened to the whole game? I don't understand, bro. How do people die so fast? Bro, what will happen? What did I do? I tried playing yesterday. Dude, freaking suck at this game, bro. It's 1.19 combat. I mean, it's a whole new combat version. So everyone's not really good, you know? I feel like everyone's like, it's a full reset for everyone, basically. There's obviously those tryhards that have been sweating since like 1.9 came out, but I feel like just over time you'll get better. That's like old PvP, you know? It's like once when the SG players came over to the I can't eat G head on this guy. He's gonna eat a G head on me too. Got him. Holy shit, that was close. Yeah, I got the sweat. Got him out of the game fast. Whew. That guy was like really good, low key. He's always in deathmatch. More gold nuggets. There, it's done. Oh, okay. Well, I'm 2 for its diamond. I don't have any obby. I mean, I could make enchants low key. Never mind. I'm enchanted. Oh, I gotta like actually clear my inventory. It's clogged right now. Yeah, one sec, chat. Nope. Okay, could go back for the unenchanter and just enchant my my Lakens with Prot 1, because right now they're just unbreaking and it's not really gonna do anything. Also, for those of you guys that are new and don't know anything about how to enchant, never go for like the second or third option of sharpness. Always go for the first option of sharpness. For some reason, if you enchant like anything else, like if you enchant the second option, it'll just give you like an extra enchant that you don't want. So never go for that option. Anyways, some helpful tips. You need blocks yet? True, actually. Like some offhand. Yo, Y4, what's up, bro? Fiend. Hey, don't jitter. I have 3 minutes straight. Yeah, just don't jitter. Low-key, play Valorant. What the fuck? Why is there gold on the floor here? This is all be on the floor. Oh, I'm gonna go back for. I'm gonna go inside that to get the unenchanter. Oh, this guy here. I'm not gonna show my diamond sword though. What's his name? It's like green or something. 34. Gaps. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. The Dwarviant. Hello. Fiend. What's that book? Oh shit, he had a fire aspect 2 sword. KB1. Okay. Okay, I can make Pratu boots. Fuck, I'm tired. Oh yeah, I can make more gaps too. Fiend. I'll play edit the anti-X-ray plugin where I can't X-ray anymore. Wait, really? But GG X-rayers. I don't know. I wouldn't know they even added X-ray, anti-X-ray. I don't X-ray. Wait a second. How do you know they added an anti-X-ray? Hold up. Wait a second. That's a little sussy if you ask me. How you be knowing there's a anti-X-ray now? Did they release it? Did they tell you guys it was an anti-X-ray now? Hold on. Hold a second. Wait a minute. You got me? Wait, it's lagging. No, it's not. You liar. I actually thought it was lagging for a second. You want a civ carry? Now, dude. Why is there someone in here? Is he enchanting? Bro was not enchanting. Oh my god, 36 old though. I need this though. And I can get out now. Okay. I guess I'm too big for that. Okay, sun gaps. Unenchant diamond legs. Wait, it repairs it too? Wait, ain't that like... Huh? Wait, did it repair or am I tripping out? think I repaired it. Maybe I'm tripping out. Chat, did you guys see that? Did it repair it? Dude, Witherhide, you better not. Swear to God, bro. If you just come and just TNT Minecraft, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna hate you forever. You notice there aren't a lot of people in full. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Actually, no. Okay, so last game, someone told me you can download the world. Like, huh? Bro literally admitted to cheating. Wait, who got banned, Chris? You got banned, Chris? It's the same as Hypixel, not really. How are you today, Andres? I'm pretty good. I had a stomachache yesterday, but I'm way better now. I was 18. Wait, try /seed. Didn't work. Didn't command. Wait a second. Oh, you're trying to like. I see. Where's the redstone at? Didn't I have redstone? Wait. All right. Looks like I have no redstone. Chow, I'm gonna kill this wolf. Wait, is it tamed? Oh, hello, penguin. Oh, you can't even hear me. You know, cobweb? Cobweb? No water? Buy your bev? No. Yes, boost me again. What are you drinking? Okay. Oh, fuck. Whew, okay. There's just 3 people on me. I'm just need to run away here. Guys are sharp 4. Okay. Tech supported. There's someone behind us, bruh. We're just gonna run forever because there's someone behind us. I'm not gonna kill you because I'm just gonna get clean. So there's no point of even fighting you.
Nah, I'm here to help.
This guy really wants me dead for some reason. Yeah, nice one, dude.
Yo. It's flame. You need flame too.
I'm sorry, bro. I can't team.
I'm here to explain the world map. You're getting it all wrong.
Sorry, bro. I can't let you live, man. It's teaming if I do. My bad. So sorry. I'm so sorry. But why was this guy? Wait, what was this guy's sword? I want to see this guy's sword. I'm getting cleaned again. Okay, well, it's that guy, but fine. Brother! Hi, Jocelyn. Hello. Brought one. What's that sword on his... Bro. I'm gonna TP on your ass. Brought one. No, only... Sharp 2? Bro was doing damage. Bro, I swear to God, you shoot me one more time. Jeez. Am I gonna get cleaned again, bro? Please tell me I'm gonna get cleaned again. Why do you have Frostwalker Prop 3 boots? What? Sharp book. Enchant bottles. I need those. Bruh. Wait, speed 2. What the fuck? Alright, Jocelyn. Thing is, I have real Lego Minima. Hold on. Gotta focus up. Yo, Mina. What's up, Mina? Hello. Sharp 1. Yo, Wolf Wires. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Thanks for all the follows. Appreciate it, guys. Appreciate it. Can I not craft in peace, bruh? Oh my fucking God. This guy just doesn't miss shots either. You know what? Follow me, actually, if you want to. I gotta make my healing. I can't craft in peace. I literally can't craft in peace. I get bowed every second. One sec, chat. I'll read the chat right now. Give me one sec. Gotta focus up. I had a sharp this the whole time. Fuck. Alright. Well, someone's gonna be mad annoying. Good follow-up, chicken. Appreciate it. I see the guy. Yeah, he's already he already started bowing, bruh. Willer Hyde, I need you to kill that guy. I'll be honest with you, bro. If you're in my chat, this guy's weird.
Hey, yo.
No. Actually, can't wait when I get this. No way, Will has that. No way he has that, bruh. What the fuck? Whose sword is that? Is that his? Okay, Loki, Gampa heads now. It's a 3. Oh fuck, 7 gaps. Come on, give me something OP. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Oh my god, bruh. Holy shit. 10 kills. Not bad. Yo, if I didn't... How many... He had 47 caps! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, I dropped him. I dropped him with healing. Holy shit. Oh my god. If I didn't drop him, I would have lost, bro. Holy shit. Oh my god. Dude, I would have lost that game. All right, we go again. Dude, I low-key would have lost that game if I didn't kill him there. Fast. Goddamn. Wait, are we 2-1 or are we 1-1? I forgot. Are we 2-1 or 1-1? GG's chat, GG's.
Yo.
Yeah,
hello?
Qndres, bro.
Yeah?
I'm telling you, I just threw the craziest.
Why would you do? What'd you do?
I had Midas Sonic with multi-shot and quick charge.
Bro, what are you doing, bro?
Punch one,
and you
bro.
Had you the one 30 gaps, didn't you? You died with 30 gaps?
Yeah, I had
Bro,
30 gaps.
What are you
I had 30 gaps.
My god. And what happened?
Okay, to be fair, I had Prot 1 iron, and so when the guy like started rushing me, I tried to like run away to gap up, but then he shot me before I could heal. It was unfortunate.
So you dropped with 30 gaps.
So I basically meleeed. I meleeed with 30 gaps. Yeah, I don't know.
You're literally saying like you can't quick drop with gaps. Like you took so much damage with gaps for shit.
Will I? I thought you watched my streams, bro.
What was your dragon katana?
Sharp 3. But bro, that guy at the end of it was being so annoying, bro. I had, by the way, entering that fight, I think I had like 4 gaps and 1 head.
Oh my god.
I would have, yeah, GG's. All right, chat, GG's. Yeah, I'm staying hydrated, Wolfwire. We shit it. Chat, by the way, join my Discord. Everyone that's new here, join my Discord. Join the Discord. Okay, lava right there, water right there, cave right there. Perfect. And there's a monument that someone's gonna land on, pretty sure. Unless he's like going for the trees. No, he's landing right on it. Fun. Just an iron. Your diamonds. Wait, why did someone loot these chests? I'm confused. Oh, okay. Power 4 book. Can I get Artemis maybe? Making Artemis skim. Okay. Power 4? Yeah, power 4. I just gotta go up. What? Why is there a pocket here? Got ads? GG ads. GG's chat. I'm rushing another this game. Hopefully I can rush fast. Got the diamond already. Rip. Fine, I have like 3 on me. That's enchants. I'll get Obby from Bastion maybe, if it's Bastion. Oh no, he didn't get the iron yet. He didn't get the diamond yet. Okay. 9 ads? Oh my god. Chat, should I turn off ads? Or no, you guys like ads? It literally supports me, chat. I wish it was like YouTube ads though. Those pay more, I think. Keep them? Okay. No, ads are good. Okay. Where's that lava pool at? I mean the gravel first. Can I find gravel? Any gravelers? Oh, this guy's gonna go another too, I think. Right here. He's not going another. I lied. I'm mining it. I'm mining it. Chat, how long is it gonna take? I'm mining it. I don't care. How dare you try to make a living? I don't think it takes that long. Yeah, okay. It didn't. I still need gravel. I still need gravel for flint and steel. Oh, gravel here. First try gravel again. Is this ever first try gravel? I swear, dude. It's like, I feel like it is. It's gonna be. Oh, it's Bastion, Treasure Bastion, or it's it might be Treasure Bastion. If so, I'm already late. Someone already got it. There's this way. Yeah, there's no way it's Fortress. Maybe it is actually. Actually, hold up. Actually, could be Fortress. Chat, when should I fishing? Oh, it's Bastion, Treasure Bastion, Treasure Bastion. Maybe the first one here. Surely on the first one. Surely. I am not the first one here. Dude. Ah! Oh, this guy looted everything. Maybe he did, actually. I'm not sure if he did. Alright. Donna. Chat, how do you craft the... I need magma cream. I need XP bottles. I need... How do you craft it? The fire aspect book. Or more. Need 5 diamonds though, right? 5 diamonds total. Did I see the gold there? Right charge. 2 recipe? Oh yeah. I need 2. Okay. One more obby. I need obby and how it works. Whew, okay. Wait, MC 2 years and this what happens? What happens? What happened? Oh, this is all new to you? Yeah. This happens when you quit Minecraft, bro. Don't quit Minecraft. Love it to the max. I threw my wood out. Fuck. It's fine. You just give me. No, I need fire charge. That's all I need from you now. Fire charge? No fire charge. I mean, on the bright side of power 4, sharp 3, sharp 2 diamond at least minimum. Fire charge? Oh, fire charge, please. Yo, if you keep moving around, bro. That's not what I want. Fire charge. All right, bye. I wonder if they got backup gold. Maybe they did actually. Live, laugh. What? Yep. Whatever you just said, yes. Breathe Minecraft. Fiend for Minecraft. Be Minecraft. Why are you killing it, bro? Did not get backup gold. And then... Cool. I got backup. Shout out to Stu for teaching me, by the way. What the fuck? What? I just did not get that block. Okay. No, how did he glitch at that? Okay, I gotta go this way. I have enchants and a katana guaranteed. I just gotta drop the guy with all that healing. Where do I go? I think my thing's over here. Yo, do you remember the cords to the fortress, back to the fortress, or no? Gotta lock in, bro. I gotta lock in when I do this. maybe actually. Look back. Thank you. Oh, come on, come on. Yo, why did someone craft a trident? What? Like, where am I going, bruh? I'm literally just going in circles at this point. Negative 35. 6. I was going the right way this way. Wait. It's like this way. I'm going the wrong way. This guy's lost, I think. His name is literally I'm Lost. Oh, it's this way? I think it was this way. Yeah, it's this way. 56. I forgot to like refart. What's up? Welcome back, bro. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thanks for lurk earlier. Fuck. Bro. All right, bro. You good, bro? What's bro doing? Okay. All right. Get away from me, bro. I have everything to make Anna. I don't have everything to make katana. On. I'm the geode. Okay. No armor? You'll see right now. Just wait, just wait, just wait. I have enough armor. I just need to do this. That's why I wanted to go down. What I don't have though is sticks. Do that. Okay, I could get some more iron for power 4 real quick. Looking for enchants, I guess. Although I can just get enchants from on top right now. Oh, well, it's fine. I'm caving right now, but I need iron. Doing Civ? Yeah, I'm still gonna do Civ tonight. Trust me, I was do Civ today. I just have to ask like a lot of people. Booster's busy today, so I can't ask Booster. We'll see who we can find. Maybe Stu wants to play some Civ later. We'll see, we'll see. Damn, this is like... I mean, I have like sort of healing. Alright, let's go up. Okay, well I have crying on me now. I can just join people's stuff. I just need 2 heads now. Crystal? Yeah, I got it. Thank you, Arg. Appreciate it, man. Good comms, Arg. W mans. I just need to. I want to get in. Loki, I should probably get enchanted. Oh shit! There's 2 people fighting right here. Okay, you got cleaned. I'll re-clean your clean. Watch this. You killed them already. Dion. He has healing in his hand. Fuck, this is a bad chase. Okay, I just need to drop him then. Get ahead. Fuck, I ran out of hunger. You need a gap off, I think, here. Oh, power 4, so. Just he did not I5, so he doesn't. I think he's good. Come on. Oh my god. 29, he hit a G head. What the fuck? Am I not gonna catch up to him? Surely he has to eat food, right? Catching up to him, what the fuck? Do I got speed? You got a gap off, bruh. My god. You're dying, bro. No. I don't want to drop. I have no fucking nothing. I have nothing to get apples with. Come on, get apples. We get lucky. Oh my god, this shit's annoying. Now 25. 17. 13. Oh no. Oh, baby. Oh my god, bro. That shit was not worth it. That shit was not worth it, man. I got like hella drained. Would have been dead there if I had no arrows though. So GG's, I guess. Gold blocks? Wait, what? Oh yeah, I have gold blocks. Yeah. I'm just healing in full now. But, like, I'm gonna have like 1 jihad as healing. That's my only healing. Why is there a huh? Yo, streamer Lou is crazy. Wait. No plugs, bro. I didn't drop a feeling though. Fuck. He killed me too. Fuck. Dude, like, what was that game, bro? Fuck, dude. Shit's annoying. Jeez. He had a head on me. Yeah, that's also the guy that found Bastion, by the way. So he had hella healing still. He has a head. Rip. He had the Bastion too, so. Fuck, man. All right, GG's. It's fine. We go again. Let me ask. Anyone? Civ? Anyone? Civ? Question mark. I just asked the group chat that. Oh fuck! Okay. Yeah, I got low-key mad there. It's fine. It's annoying, but I mean, can't do anything about it. Why is there only 1 bread in there? What? Why that chest only spawned with 1 bread? It's service lagging. Feeling like so. GG's chat though. GG's. What power was your bow? It's power 4. Like, why, bro? Do you really need all these books, bro? Yo, bro, do you really need all the books, bro?
Yeah.
Like, what's the problem?
Yep.
You're so weird, bro. Holy shit. All right, bro's weird. No way. I actually made what's up, Angel? I want to try Civ, but I can't do rant. Yeah, bro. Don't. I mean, I don't know. I hate Civ because if you get like 5 teammates that are just like clueless, it's just a GG's. Apparently, that guy really wanted all the books. Let's see if he uses them all. I need to get wood. Peace out, Orbit. Peace out. Bye bye. Server's laggy? Yeah, it's a little laggy actually. He obviously needed it, yeah. Bro's definitely going for sharp 5 for sure. He mined all that? Nah, he didn't. He didn't. Actually, he could have. Yeah, you're right, actually. Why was he still in the cave and why did he log out? That's kind of sussy, no? No, it's fine. I don't think he was cheating though. I don't think he was cheating. Let's just count that as legit, chat. Let's just hope we died to someone legit, not to someone that was cheating or x-raying or anything. 3 forces wild and still caving after he got Bastion loot is crazy. He could be, I don't know. He could be x-raying. He could be. Check his stats or check it after. Can you wait? Just someone put it in chat. Put his name in chat. I forgot his name. Why was I trying to make? I need to make a bucket. Why was I trying to make a pickaxe? What? Wool doggo. Okay. This 3 force is kind of crazy if you ask me. I mean, you know, everyone minds it. Everyone minds differently, I guess. Everyone gets lucky some games. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bet. Dude, holy, I think the server is actually pooping itself right now. It's dodging the diamonds here in this big ass cave. My house is like turkey. Why? It's not even Thanksgiving though. What the hell? Chat, what are you guys excited for Thanksgiving? What's your favorite dish you're excited to eat? I want to eat mac and cheese. Is that weird? Food, W. W response. Okay. It is? Oh, it's Bastion again. Yo, what's with all these Bastion games? It's like an acid to be Bastion only. I ain't seen the Bastion though, I'll be honest with you. Fried chicken. On Thanksgiving? Huh? You eat fried chicken during Thanksgiving? Oh, I just might... Wait. This shit's hidden. Wait, I could be the first one here. There's someone actually. Never mind. I'm not the first one here. Oh my god, bro was already here? Do I even risk like going in here? What's up, Enix? Enix, my bad. Enix? Yeah, I always forget to say your name. Bro does not like them. Why is he burning them all? Weirdo, what? Okay. Bro, what the f... Okay. Like I'm just low. Nothing. I got nothing this thing. A looting one. Like, just dead. I guess I can just loot that last one. Why do I hear another one, bro? Okay, well, I wasn't the first one here. I took way too much time back last time. Oh, fuck. Okay. Where did I come down from? There's a thing I came in from. What's up, Bebo? What's up, Mitchell? I'm 342 in the queue. Just buy VIP. Dude, there should be a VIP code, bro. Chat, would you guys use my code? VIP code? Only thing I can think of Bastion Rush, find the gold room is a double chest, and I learned from a 5-second ninja clip. Really? Backup gold? Nah, look at my health. I'd rather just like go back. I'll be honest. I'll go back. Look at my health. I'm literally 1 HP. Not worth it. I just get a sharp 3 diamond, whatever. Gotta go for a bit? Sounds good. Sounds good, sounds good. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Which one I hear? Yeah. See if I can go for like, why is there only half the lobby left, huh? Does everyone die another? What's happening? You can cancel it after the first month. You don't have to like, you can just buy it 1 month and then just cancel it right away, you know? And you will still have it for the whole month. It's how every subscription works. You can buy it for 1 month and you just cancel it after. Like, go to your PayPal settings and just cancel it. You don't have to keep renewing it. That's all I'm gonna do, bet. Yo, Kiko, thanks for the follow, Kiko. I have a friend named Kiko. I don't talk to him anymore. Okay. Cool. You also support Sweets over, so you should do it. Again, like I said, you should definitely have creator codes. Actually, I don't know how it would work though with creator codes, and if it's a subscription, like what, 10% off maybe? NX. Fuck, I'm stupid. Speeds over common W? I know, right? I hecking love speeds over. Fat chest. 1 sec. Yeah. I don't know. I know someone was who was a streamer? I was watching a streamer the other day. He was like, yeah, they should definitely add the creator codes for YouTubers. I was like, actually pretty kebab, but I'd rather just the server, you know? I think the server should just take everything, honestly. It's 2 AM right now. What? Are you logging on Hoplite? Surely you're hopping on. Oh, like, look at my cave, bro. Am I gonna have to just like bot rush? You can't use it. No, it's not allowed. It's like, it's basically just looking through walls. I wouldn't do it. Pretty sure it's against the rules. But you're allowed. I'm pretty sure you're allowed F5 in a strip mine. Hope. I'll get banned. Oh my god, Monkus, please don't ban me. I love it too much. See, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure this is allowed because you're just picking up lava and putting it back down. So I'm pretty sure that's allowed. But the only thing is, you can't. What you're not allowed to do is you're not allowed to go in lava and put like a block over your head and look through lava, because that's like, technically that's like X-raying. No. What's up, Evan? F5. No rules on F5 exploit yet? Okay. Because I can just do this, you know, and just find caves like that. Which also, if you guys don't know how to do that, all you gotta do is just view bopping on, and yep. Who's gonna find out? Okay. Yo, if I have a mod in chat, yo, early in my chat, early on stream, some guy literally admitted to downloading the whole map, and he was like, Yo, Andres, do you want to know how to get full diamond? I'm like, yeah, sure. I have everything muted. Bro said, so basically what you do is you get Feather Client and you download the map and you just look for diamonds in your map in a separate single world. So I was like, oh, okay. So just basically Feather Client's a cheating thing. Nice. I always did not trust Feather Client. Also, people have been using mini maps apparently for entities, and apparently there's like chess entities in a mini map. People have been like, damn, that's cool. In the Nether to find ancient debris. I mean, yeah, but that's just like against the rules. The maps are the same seed. No. Basically, it's like how do I explain it? You just download the map. You can download the map. It's a whole like, yeah. This shouldn't be allowed. It's X-ray pretty much. You're just cheating. It's an unfair advantage. Imagine if everyone had that, everyone would be full diamond. Yeah, I don't know. They be using, like, I used that radar back in Hypixel and I got banned for it. So I know what the radar they're talking about. Also, what the I'm literally at border. What? And the crazy thing is, I was like, yo, that's actually bannable. You shouldn't be doing that. And he was like, oh, well, I'll stop doing it then. And he literally stopped next game. So GG's, I guess. I stopped the hacker. I'm rushing another. I'm just gonna I'm gonna play annoying another. I'm like a rat. Golden grits. Nether rushing is crazy. As long as better bombing is not dual Rogan. I think I blew this already, but double check. Yeah, I did. Want to go another and then just better bomb people. Not better bomb people. I mean, like, you'll see what I would do. I'm kind of crazy another. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of crazy another. Cheated 1.7 called radar, bro. I could see spawners and stuff. Yeah, like that radar is just broken. Like that radar is just not allowed. Like that's just cheating. Pretty sure that's like literally for mod packs for people that like want to find stuff like caves with stuff inside, not for UHC. In Asia, it's 2 a.m. for me. Finish your reunion with Big Bro. W, man. W reunion, right? Okay, I have a lava bucket. We're chilling. Let's go Nether. Where is it at? Where was that? Where's my portal? There it is. Let's go Nether. Let's go Nether. 0-0. Let's get it. Okay. You think I can like pull something off, chat? Watch this. Let me fight this guy here. Perfect. I eat sun chips. Oh my god, so much gold nuggets. Bottles. Where was bro going? Okay, welcome back, set. Allie, hello. You think it traps? Oh, wait. I'm not gonna lie, I thought this bastion was hidden, so I got really happy when I got in here, and then I realized that it's not hidden. Come on. Be good. What am I doing? Hello books, hello gold, hello apples. Yep. Yo, Optifine? Yeah, I just run the regular client that they tell you to run in Hoplite. Whatever, not client, but just literally regular Minecraft, I'm pretty sure I have. Can I gamble yet? Let me get lucky with this gambling. Come on, give me something good, You fucking serious right now? Don't gamble, chat, don't gamble. What 0-0? Where's everyone at? All right, let's see if we can at least. We're gonna play like a rat. I'll be honest. We're playing like a rat this game. I mean, we got nothing. We got no gold, nothing. So we kind of have to play like that anyways. 19 players left. Like how? You guys enchanted are here. Oh, why are you rotting, bro? I'm gonna clean that fire right there. It's an enchanted power bow. I don't know what it is. Okay. Have a saddle? You're gonna fight right now. It's not gambling, it's a hobby. Well, tell that to every single gambler there is in America. Humble's winning this. Humble's on 28. How do you jump over it? Okay. There's a guy behind you. Focus up. There's a guy behind you. Another guy right there. Oh my god, bro. The clean of the century. This guy's getting sauce, bruh. I'm getting sauced. Why is it still going after me, bro? They're gonna fight right now. They're gonna fight. They're gonna fight. See, I hear one guy biting to me. Holy shit. I have a book? I do. Chat, what was the guy's name from earlier that got all the what's his name? Wait, you died in the mine shaft too? Was that you right there that I just killed? You sludge lady? Oh. GG's though, GG's man. Yeah, that was everyone was in that mine shaft. Okay. Oh fuck. Okay. I'm sledgely bet. Yeah, GG's. This Inslim guy is getting every single kill. 126. I gotta kill him somehow. I have a sharp 2, right? Yeah. I mean, it's gonna do like no damage if he's full diamond, but one can only rage. Bishop got another kill. So fenced. Alright, it's fine. I'll just later. Yeah, Nod, what's up? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah. Is it a no? It's the mod that I use. Go to hoplite.gg and then just download the armor status mod. You know the bush that slows you by them? You can use the cobwebs. Oh yeah, true. But it's like for a split second though. Yeah, like, dude, the deathmatch. I don't understand, bro. PvP started and there was like 30 players left. Like, what? Half the players died to like lag and stuff. What's up, Zophie? Yeah, bro, I got clean like 3 different times. There's a guy right there. He's literally full line and enchanted. Like, gotta like somehow play smart here. I don't know why I'm chasing that guy. He's nothing for me. Not valuable. Is there anyone nearby? Hmm. Dog's fire. 3 kills? I'd rather just kill someone that's like this guy right here. This guy's the diamond person. Yo, what's good, bro?
Yo, what's up, Qndres? I'm a big fan, by the way.
All right, let's fight. Let's go. Let's get it.
Okay, no bows, because I have no bow.
Oh. Oh. Huh. Right. um. Okay. Chat. What the f? Okay. Chat. I just got lucky, right? That was just me being lucky. He has the 4 heads. Bro, did not gamble. Bro's not a gambler. W, not a gambler. Oh, back in a bit. Okay, Bio. What time is it? Oh, definitely did not gamble anything. It's 10:30. Geez, okay. Not bad, not bad. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Hi, Joker. Hi, Joker. Hi, Joker. Hi, Joker. Hi, Joker. Hi, Joker. Oh my god, it's Joker. In some bro said, yo, I'm a big fan on. It's because I don't think he had healing anymore. Where's that guy? Where did that guy go, by the way? There's a full line that's just running. Mr. Ranger. What's up, Leon? I killed someone who dropped 2 tracker packs and 4 tracker packs plus clobbers. What? So you had 6. What did you had 6 tracker packs in DM? No, bro bro was a dog man. The cat lady dog man. W. Crazy, Leon. Leon. You know your name means tiger in Spanish? Spanish 101 with Qndres. You're welcome. That'll be $10, please. Look, you probably should make Prot 2 boots, shouldn't I? Surely it's not a full diamond at 0-0 or at a deathmatch, right? The sheep. Fuck. Gotta enchant, chat. I need something else to enchant. I don't know what else to enchant. The train. A trident? I could, but there's not riptide though. And I don't even have the thing. What's it called? Nah, I need some for armor. I'm hot miking. I'm so sorry. Who's like, I guess Vishal would be Mike. Yeah, he's getting kills, bro. Bro might be the most stacked player right now in lobby. He's definitely full diamond, if anything. There's just no one here, though. I hope he was a full line, though, we saw earlier. Who needs armor? We have dogs. Literally, it's just true damage dogs, right? On the train. I hope it's a good mid, by the way, so I can actually get diamonds and make enchants and stuff. All right, my camera's like in the way. Okay, well, time to just wait. What's up, Lame Dave? How are you, bro? Is there an event going on right now? You have a diamond in your backpack? Oh, I do. Oh shit, you're right. W comms. Yo, good comms. Good comms. Okay, I just gotta get mid chest, get leggings maybe, or boot or chest plate. We'll see what everyone has. Vishal's like the most stacked person right now. A chest right there. Why did you come? Why did you just look at me and go straight for me? Why? Okay, well, he's not that stacked. No, not tree campers, bruh. Why am I getting fucking bowed at, bro? This guy's literally the most stacked. Yeah, sharp 4. Bro, what the okay. Sharp 3. Yeah, this guy does 3 hearts a hit, bro. Sharp 4. Oh. I'm 44, bro. Like, there's people just no. Bro, fuck off, man. Coming. I'm dead. Where's everyone at, bruh? This guy's a sharp 4 for sure, bro. Yeah. Like, look at this guy, bro. He likes it. He loves it. Wait, what? Oh my god, bro. You really love it, don't you? Wait, actually, who loves it more, me or him? Like, good one, man. Good job. So annoying. Oh, shit was annoying, bro. What's up? Did everyone else, dude? Everyone's camping in trees. Can we make like trees not campable, please? Can we like actually just get rid of that? Like, why is everyone just camping on trees? It's whatever. I'm this madge. I'm tilted. I'm tilted. I'm tilted. A bunch of people are streaming Underground Tournament. Oh yeah, huh? Who even is that? Who's in that? A lot of people. There's like a bunch of big streamers, I'm guessing. I'm trusting you there, bro. Like, what the? SPPD. Cookie God, really? Okay. Sorry that I'm tilted, my guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. My guys. Yes, you guys are my guys now, chat. My fault, my fault. That's just like really tilting that guy just chasing me everywhere, bro. Bro's weird. But it's whatever. It's only a game. It's only a game. Thanks for lurking, Leon. Appreciate you. gravel. Oh, it's just so tilting when it's like when there's no one around that you can like run to. Like, I don't know. I guess someone knows how to play UHC, but in that situation, it's like everyone sees the stack guy and goes for the stack guy. You know, it's like you gotta just target the stack guy. But because no one knows how to play UHC yet, it's like fairly new for everyone. They just like stand in trees and do nothing. So Craftman, got 4 damage for the temple. Wait, you're in my game. It's Fortress. I don't care about the blaze rods right now. Yo, Ronrio, what's up? Strength 2, speed 2, or speed 1. Strength 1, speed 1. I mean, like, you literally saw, like, those street campers. Oh, it's... You know what I mean? It's cringe. Let me get my wart. Think pots don't help at all? I mean, I feel like it does. All right, no one else has spots. Like if they want to chase you after, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's whatever though. It's just a game. It's just a game. GG, GG. Yeah. Spino doesn't help it out, really? I don't know. If I don't take him, someone else is gonna take him. You know what I mean? So at that point, would I want to take him, or does someone else want to take him? I'd rather take him than someone else. Not at all wrong. Good luck, bros. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Wait. Why did I come this way? Oh, because fort's right there. Yeah, no, that guy had a sharp 4 though. Only reason why I know he has sharp 4 is because, dude, the amount of damage he's doing there is just not. It's just crazy. I mean, I'm full iron still, but they broke the spawners. Great. All right, looks like it's no pot camp for no one. And I'm too lazy to even make a gunpowder or whatever. So no one's getting pots. Last game was an ender bow, but lost the game to full damage. Oh shit. It's whatever. I'm officially 100 stars. Good job, Theo. Back to crack for back-to-back 40s. Damn. Wait, back-to-back 40 kill games and Civ? God damn, Theo. All right. Shit, Theo. Proud of you, Theo. I'm proud of you, man. Wait, no, I need to make this. Yeah. I need to get this, at that. Why is it so hard to rush Shark 3, bro? An apple. And a Monte Carlo with onion. I swear it's like easier to get Shark 3 in SMPs than here. I don't even think it's a lapis part. It's just like the book enchanting part. I don't get it. I think Anything for pots? Nah. Someone broke the blaze spawners. But I have the nether wart, so if I somehow get, I'll keep the nether wart for later then. But no, for now, no one can craft pots because I got all the wart and all the chests. You think they went down here? Doubt it. Oh, told you that. Just doubt it. Maybe actually. No, they didn't. Oh, okay. Yep, I called it. Definitely no one took this. Cool. Can I get like really lucky here with a cave? See if I can get lucky. Just mining straight down. Invis pots? Nah, I am not making invis pots. I am not making that a strat. Ain't no way, bro. I get one tap by someone's chart 3. Back then when everyone was a newbie, maybe it's possible, you know? Just like kill everyone with while being invis, yeah. But now it's like, nah, you won't even get anyone that's a newbie. Check. Oh. Alright, well I gotta have leggings. Toss that out, toss that out, toss that out. I have enchants, minimum. Yeah. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, that thing I ate earlier, the have you guys ever gone to Panera and got into this like sandwich, a sourdough sandwich? Shit's bust, dude. It's so good, bro. It's so good. Fire. Especially there and finding two lodestones in a row is too OP. Wait, what? Wait, does every bastion have a lodestone? I was told there is. Is this true? Maloner, whatever it's called. There you go. Yeah, bridge always has a bastion. And let me guess, all the other ones don't, or what? Joker. What have you done today, huh? What is your, how does your day consist of today, huh? Let me know. I'm curious. What did you do today on a day-to-day basis? Explain everything you did. Thor's hammer, exactly. Honestly, you're so right, Henky. You're so right. This guy's a netherite. Okay. Right. So if you just go to treasure, you just make just make a lodestone. I like how I tell everyone not to strip mine, but look at me. I'm over here strip mining. Chat, don't strip mine, by the way. I just do it because I can strip mine fast and find caves. Just need 2 diamonds, please. It's whatever. Take damage. I don't care. I just want diamonds. Diamonds. Nah. I'm not gonna forget today. The highlight today is, yo, Qndres, I know how to get full diamond. I can teach you. Yo, how do you do it, bro? Yeah, so basically you download the world and you just get full diamond. GG. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. So pretty much we're cheating nowadays. Teacher to find X-ray. All right, watch this. So basically what you do is you want to strip mine like this, right? You go until you reach 440, right? So 144, 43, 42, 41, 40. You go 5 to the left. I forgot how much that was. Okay, I think that was 5. Yeah, and then you go right here until you reach 30 on this, and then you go right here, and there should be diamonds like in 10 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I didn't tell you though, but you have to like go up. You look around the caves. There's no caves. Therefore, you go up and you mine this way, and there should be diamonds. I just came from Denver. What? Huh? What's up, Foxy? You found diamonds? You're welcome. Thank me later. What the fuck? Mods? What the fuck? Twitch user be normal challenge. The fuck? It's a song. Motherfucker, what are you on about? What? Mods, blow his house. Mods, eliminate him. Get him out of here. Permaban. Or just clear chat messages. I think my mods are low-key like lurking pretty much. Yo, chat, if you guys want mod, apply in Discord. Yeah, there's no mods. Mods are sleeping. Mods are done. They're busy though. They're busy this month. It's finals week. It's fine. I got them out of here. Yo, go watch FNAF or something, bro. It's a good movie. Watch it. I think there's like no one here anymore. Oh. No diamonds, nothing. Nothing, huh? Unlucky game. Looks like I have diamond sword and just going up with this. Oh, and he has enchants. Whoever's here. So we pretty much make a G head here, make a gap here. When we go for kills, we go up. Just the most unluckiest Minecraft player there's ever been. I in out open in Fortnite middle in a game watching your stream. W. I gotta dude, I don't know if any other streamer has this, but my Twitch chat sometimes just breaks on me. Like, I'll ban someone now and they'll get banned, right? But like, I can't see that someone gets banned. I'm assuming that he's banned because I banned him. Like, it doesn't say like OG Qndres has banned this person until like an hour later when someone else gets banned, then I see it. So I don't know if that's just me. It's really weird, yeah. Okay, this game is actually still winnable. 41 people left still. Densel's alive. Yeah, that guy's actually weird, by the way. From last game, he also targeted me at the he literally just like looked at me and just targeted on me. Like, what? That's got to be like top 3 cringe moments. No one has ever done that to me. Just sees me in deathmatch and just goes straight for me. I'm just like now realizing that. I see a guy here in front of me. Pangolin. gonna hit him, bro. He's taking that lava damage thing. Oh, your diamond's nice. I'm enchanted now. Okay. You know what? No. I want to get lucky. I guess it's also my fault because I can do slash Nick, but you know. Holy fuck. Okay. It's a lot of gold. I arts. Oh my god. Okay. Hi, Gertz is his name. Okay. I win this, but he has most likely has healing, so I have a shit ton of gold I can make healing with. Oh. Fuck, I should not have made a jihad earlier, or Ares blessing. Fuck, he got me like real Notice me, notice me, notice me. Yes, yes, yes. No, no, no. Yes. No. How? Written is on. 24. Bro, I don't have enchants, bro. He has more healing. Oh my god. Alright. I'm gonna have to pull a quick one here. Alright, Burgess does not miss either. Gotta like go get apples and shit and healing. 136. Why do I just get so unlucky, bro? Why did someone backstab me? This shit's annoying. Okay. Debated. Hold on. 2 seconds, 2 seconds. I'll read that. This is annoying. I think I lose this again. Unless I somehow get lucky and kill like a one piece or something. That's like my only way coming back, bro. Surely I don't get back to this time. This horse is fast and I get backstabbed. This guy's a fucking emerald sword. No. I can't take that, bruh. Okay, well. Right now, though. I'm still gonna go for him. Senso killed someone. Chat, just know that I can't like take handouts, by the way. Don't give me handouts. You guys are gonna get banned. Do not give me handouts. Why is this horse giving? Okay. I know Spanish. I know English, Korean, French, Spanish, German. God damn. Jesus. You know what I get all the time? I get that one guy that speaks Chinese in America. He goes to like Chinese restaurants and he speaks Chinese. You know what I'm talking about? I know 2 languages. I know English and Spanish. I know like there's another language that it's not Mayan, it's another one. It's just like a dialect of Spanish. See people here fighting. This guy definitely has sharp 3 emerald sword. Kiko, his name was Kiko. Oh, Kiko followed me earlier. It's like a long time ago, though. I need to see the other guy. Oh, look here, like this guy here. I need this guy right here. Yes, 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 yes. What's his name? Shredded wheat. Fire sword. Okay. That could be very bug. Why Why was he jitter clicking the horse? I ain't gonna question it. It's a 3. Yo, what is fire aspect like 1? What's the difference between fire aspect 1 and fire aspect 2? Was there a difference? I can't even enchant anything. Longer fire, less tick, more ticks. Yo, what was bro doing with that sword, bruh? He had string for me as well. I have no crafting tables, bruh. This horse might be the slowest horse ever. Yeah, it's slow. I gotta clean that. Or kill that at least. Still have my... Oh my god, bro. These are 2 noobs, bro. Yes, fight. Yes. Fight. Yes. That hurts. Ow. Who is this? Coasty Fox. He's lagging though. Attacking wolves. Turn back from me. I need your bow. I need your bow. Bow me. You're on 20. Look back and bow me. You have a power 5 for sure. And I don't care if I run a border with this. Nice shots, bro. Got him. Yo, what's with everyone having fire aspects? The fuck? No, my dog was in the way. Oh, fuck. again, bro. Like, how am I getting... God. Make a gap. Oh, just my anvils I need. I throw them out again. I threw my apples out this time. Make boots. I want to go back for that bow, bruh. Yo, thanks for follow. Phoenix, hello. Fuck. No healing game. Get my diamonds out. God, like, what am I doing, bro? I just gotta go up and just pray that I can get that bow still. No healing. When I first get you, you're so good, bro. Holy shit, man. You destroyed me. Sorry, I had to play like a rat. I just have no healing and yeah, that's it. I killed the person over here. But I couldn't loot it because like everyone was just coming. Please still be there. Please still be there. It's like over there, right, chat? Oh my god. I'm pretty sure it was a power 5, by the way. Oh shit, I might be here still. Nuggets. Pouch. Someone just died here. Could be here still. Or was it? Oh, it's the leggings too. Get a Pro 3. Wait, no, he had a power 1. What? I need that chest plate though. No gold. Oh fuck, that dog scared the shit out of me. Yo, Hoplite player, thanks for the follow. What is that name? Oh shit. Dude, that dog scared the fuck out of me. Sento's like full, bro. Sento's must be stacked. How did you survive that? Bro, I don't know, bro. I knew it. He is stacked. I didn't pick up the lapis. Fuck. Where's Giraffe at? Oh my god. Yeah, you should have made a bow, Loki. Where's my shit? Wait, where did I put my where did I... No lapis there either. What's that, Latrix? Oh, bro. No, 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 no. What is this giraffe guy doing? No lapis either. Dude, no one has lapis? Yo, what's good, bro?
You're too far. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's good?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
How are you staying? Do you need shit? 3 gaps, I see. We have food, or I need to eat gapples.
What, you gonna make a fair fight or what?
I don't have chestplate though.
Yeah, I don't have diamonds. You have lapis? Can I have lapis? Maybe? Like if you have some, you know, like.
My bottles too, though. I got lucky with him.
Oh, you Tim rushed.
No, I didn't. I just killed the guy and got the thing, and I just got flame, punch, power force. So yeah.
So what's your
You
gear?
wanna go fight?
No. How about we throw our bros out? How about we throw our bros out? How about we just throw them out right now, huh?
Nah.
How about we just throw them out?
Nah. Last time you both spammed me to do that.
No, I
Because you
didn't.
had flame punch. Yep.
Dude, my brother was playing, bro. What do you mean? So you have lapis?
Do you have crying obsidian?
I don't have any crying obsidian now. Do you have lapis? Wait, W mans. Wait, I think there was a chestplate over there. Go southwest corner. I think there's a chestplate. I killed some over there. Yeah, go check. I think there should be like 3. Yeah, 3. Yep, there's 3 over there. There should be like 3 more over there. Keep looking. It's somewhere over there. Check west. It's somewhere over there. I remember. Oh my god. Keep checking. It's somewhere. You gotta just look for it, you know.
Okay, that doesn't matter.
Yo, Jeff, thanks for follow.
So
All
I'm
right.
just gonna bow you. Okay.
Wait. Whoa. What do you mean? Just bow me? No. What do you mean?
You give fire.
Wait, I gave you heal. Hey, I gave you healing though. Remember that fair fight we had? I gave you healing, right?
You gave me 2 gaps while I was on 10 hearts.
But I mean, I gave you something though. You know what I mean? I couldn't give you anything.
I won't use bow if you don't use fire.
What sword do you have? Be honest.
Sharp 4.
Okay. How about what is this?
Nothing. Not enchanted. I picked it up so you don't have it.
What the frick, dude? No, we have to fight with sword, bro. What is this? What is this? I don't want to fight. You have a sharp 4. What you mean, dog?
No, I just have it in my back.
How about you give me 1 gap and we should be good?
Oh, 1 gapple of 24? Sure.
Huh? How many?
24.
24? Wait, bro, you're stacked.
Yeah.
Right?
Bro,
Yeah?
you just enchanted and trying
No.
to make me waste my time, but I still have better gear than you.
Well, what's your gear?
Full Pro 2 with Pro 3 boots.
No! Okay, we gotta go. Let's go. All right, here. We gotta fight. Let's get it.
All good. I'm gonna be a pussy, man.
It's fine. Oh my! Oh fuck! Oh. Wait. Oh. Where's healing at? Oh. Oh. Ah. Half a heart clutch, dude. Oh my. Oh. No way I just clutched that up. No way I just clutched that up. What? I gotta watch that again. What? Yo, 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 yo. What the f? Chat, we're watching that again.
Yeah.
Right?
Bro,
Yeah. Oh,
you just chatted and trying.
okay. We ate the head. We ate the gap. We go in. Okay, no more healing. He's still eating, by the way.
I'm gonna be a pussy, man.
He's on 17. He's on 21. No, I'm on 21. He's blowing me here. At this point, I'm pretty sure he eats another one here. And that was like, yeah, it's the GG's right here. He eats another head on me. Oh my! Oh fuck!
A pussy, man.
It's fine. He had a sharp 4, by the way. You killed 7 people. Oh. Wait, what? But you had 21 guys. Wait, why do people results running out? Oh my god, bro. I gotta make that a video. Wait, I gotta make that a video. Wait. That's like, look at my health. Wait, oh wait, no. Oh, I'm just taking damage right now. Oh, never mind. It's not having a heart glitch. Oh my god, bro. GG's, man. GG. Sorry, Zenzel. Haha. And I'll stop. It was 4 hearts? Damn. Yo, we're coming back, though. We're coming back. 10, what is that, 14 more games? It was 16 this morning. Or no, it was 17 this morning. So, we gotten like 3 wins so far. Yo, this Sorvin guy is actually annoying too, by the way. Oh, damn. GG's, though. GG's, man. You played well. You played well. I am not playing a floater's lobby. I would dodge. I would dodge flow. I would dodge flow. Was that 100% win I bowed? Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you just bowed me all game, you put a 1. But hey, GG's to you, man. GG's to you. He robs mother. Yeah, I think I just pressured you. I don't know. It's just GG's. You play Civ? Wait, fuck. Everyone's in an event right now, so everyone can't. Pretty sure. Jesus, dude. Where's Civ? Yeah. Everyone is busy right now. Everyone's busy. Everyone's in an event right now. So I can't really team with anyone. Good job. Good job, Liddraw. W. Tree. I'll see who's on my friends list right now. Maybe we'll play. I'll play it soon, chat. I said soon. Slash friends. Wait a second. I thought Flo was in my game. I was about to leave. Hope he dodged. Please, somebody dodged. Okay, GG's though. Okay, anyways. Oh, wait, what did you say? How long is? I have no idea. I only heard about it like literally yesterday. I don't know what I have no idea what it is. I don't know. All I know it's like $25,000 in the line, which is like a lot of money. I can make Midas. Make Midas. Thank you guys for watching the stream, by the way, chat. Appreciate y'all watching so far. It means a lot. You should follow me as well if you're new here, if you haven't already. I need one of those diamonds. I need. Okay. If I don't mind the diamonds, someone else will. Bet. Bet. I think people just leave if they find out that it's I don't understand. Why does the lava flow like that? I have no idea why the lava flows. I swear I saw a stream yesterday and the water just did not flow. Like, is it just like, am I doing it wrong or something? How do I follow twice? You make a, actually don't make an alt account. I think, I think I hit 12k, right? Did I hit 12k? Oh. Okay, there's this way. It's oh, it's Bastion again. W. Yeah, nice. I hit it. I hit 12k. I hit it yesterday, I'm pretty sure. Oh, Bastion's right there. No one's here yet. What? I'm like getting cheated back. All right, Tana. Cool. This is a katana game. Give me Abby. Bro, I'm literally tossing you gold, bro. Get in there. In the hole, bro. I'm giving. Like, I was giving these guys gold, they're just not accepting it. Need fire charge though, that's what I need from y'all. Fortune 1 pick, yeah. Yep. Give me a fire charge, give me a fire charge. Ah, fire charge, what am I doing? E-Rob's mother. That name is so silly, champ. Okay. Get out of here now. Okay. I think someone else might have katana, by the way, if they looted those chests. They looted them, at least. I don't know if they did. I'm gonna assume that they did loot them, though. Yeah, they got this one for sure. Loot this one up here? I do. I have to do it. Wait, what? Do what? Wait, like I said before, like, I might be nice to you guys. I mean, I don't know. I'm definitely. I mean, I try to give everyone fair fights at the end, but like, if they're being just like weird and like, then I'm not gonna give a fair fight. I'll just like win normally. I can care less about giving a fair fight. I mean, everyone. I mean, actually, with that one guy, Fishall, that guy's just GG's. Wait. Okay. I don't need to be here anymore. I can just get out of here. Perfect. Bye. Jeez. Walks like a fish. I can make on it right away. Yep. Cool. Hello. It's me. Okay. What's up, crap? What's up? Sorry that I box like a fish. I'm sorry. What? You have a notch. Go make Midas, bro. Make Midas. Make Midas. Good luck, man. Good luck. By the way, chat, don't give me stuff, bro. You guys are gonna get banned. It's not worth it. Just fight me regularly. Just, you know. Oh, fuck, diamonds right there. Fortune. Nice. 6 diamonds total. Holy shit. Oh shit, you can hear me twice? My bad. There you go. On your alibi. I have Obby now. I can go up. I just need Lapis. Like always, just missing it. Lapis. G freaking G. Lapis up there. I have 3 diamonds. Okay, I can make. Stop hoplite. 2 diamonds worth give you 5 diamonds. GG. 2 diamonds. Wait, no one give you anything? Yeah, true. But just know, like, if I see you, like, I'm not gonna give anything. You know what I mean? Just to make sure that everyone knows, like, we're on the same page here. Like, just because you're in my chat, I'm not gonna treat you anything different from just a random person that I see. Okay. I'll try to play like less annoying, but I mean, again, like I said, I don't want to get banned. I don't want you to get banned. Yeah. Yeah, literally. If you're on my teammate on Civ, it's on site. Literally, I'm just killing you. My teammate's trying to take the kill, and I don't want that to happen. You're right. I also have to go recording like at 1, so. Ooh, I can get shuriken here. Ooh, what if I can get the cannon here, the pufferfish cannon? Actually, I don't have a gunpowder, do I? I don't. On the bright side, though, I'm enchanted with katana. Yeah, Midas. I would recommend you go nether. I mean, not nether. I would go 0-0 right away. Try to get kills. If you can get kills right away, then you're just locked in with sharp 3. It's a chance of it, you getting it, you know? Okay. Um. I'm not doing that. I'm not risking it. I gotta. What do I gotta do here? How do I get more XP? Fuck. Okay. What pack? Express one TP. I think no. I can link you after. It's it packs us pack. But I just gotta link you. Me after this game, and I got you. Just remind me, okay? Matter. Remind me, and I got you, bro. Right. Okay. Yeah. Re-enchant my leggings. Make anvil as well. Ooh, sharpness. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, the pack is like, I'll link you after, bro. I'll link you after. It's no one has the link yet. It's a Paxos pack. 1.20 pack. No one has it. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. E-Rob's mother. Hey, you're E-Rob's mother. I know you from somewhere. Hi. Hello?
You're gonna let me live, bro, or you're gonna chase me down?
How do I tell you? 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 So listen, pretty much we're friends now. Oh, we're not friends anymore. You're an enemy.
You're a fucking loser, dude.
What the fuck?
It's all good, bro. You lose in your job, you lose in social aspects. You can win in Minecraft at 20 years of age.
What the fuck?
No.
Why are you so
take that
toxic,
in for
bro?
a second, bro. Take that in for a second.
What the fuck?
You can
Huh? Motherfucker is so toxic.
No. You can camp the border, bro, and kill people who aren't ready for PvP. You're actually the GOAT.
Motherfucker,
You're
I went
not
nether,
a fucking
bro.
loser IRL who should off himself, bro. Please.
Oh, okay. That's cool. GG, bro. Next game. Okay. Chat, can someone clip that? GG! Bro's toxic. Holy fuck. Yo, y'all heard that? Who is this guy? All right, GG's though. He died. His name is E-Rob's mother. Okay, I'm pretty sure he's like a speedrunner. Hold on. All right. G fucking G. You dead? You dead? You dead? There you go.
Let me unfight. Ah, con razón. Ok. The fuck.
Holy fuck, that guy's a weirdo from earlier. Holy shit. Jack, can someone clip that for me, please? Bro's toxic. Okay. Pretty sure he's like well known in the community too, so okay. Appreciate it. Let's be honest, bro. You weren't doing shit anyways. G fucking G, buddy. What's gold? Yeah, he found the bastion. He got the gold earlier. Bro said I was camping the border for noobs. What? I just wasn't. I just spawned there. Fuck. His name is E. Rob's mother, chat. Like, holy shit.
Okay, 1.8 you just suck.
We were not at 1.8, we're at 1.19, bro. 1.8, you suck. No shit. G.
I gonna
G. Hey, man. Oh, W cobwebs. Maybe do another 3 more. I want one hard, bro.
I'm gonna run every time.
No, don't run, bro. No.
30 seconds.
No, don't run, bro. No.
It's cringe, man. It's cringe.
What, you're cringe? What?
No, you say cringe.
You're lagging, bro. I can't hear you. I'll be honest, I don't really need you, but I want to kill you now. What? I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I don't speak Japanese, bro.
No, es español.
Sí, hablo español. Claro.
Juega callado.
Eh.
Silent.
No te oigo. Mi amigo es coldified. Oh, you muted up. Yeah, so actually run this way. It's straight to 0-0. I see a guy right here. Mm. 11. Oh. Okay. Why is there water pools, bro? But mods, if that guy Erup's mother comes in chat, yeah, just let me know. Let me know when he comes in chat. Don't ban him. Don't ban him. Don't ban him. Because he probably will come to chat soon. I can do Civ, yeah, soon. Soon TM, soon TM. Oh, I have like just a shit ton of apples already. Well, isn't that guy like that guy is known, right? That Erob's mother guy? I swear to God, I see him in someone's chat all the time. Bro, it's cringe. Did you see that, by the way, brother? I don't know him. He's a nobody, actually. G fucking G. Maybe they can think of someone else. I think I recognize him. He's in someone's chat like 24/7, right? Might be one of my friends too. Let's see. Bro, gotta go outside. Bro was upset that I killed him. His wait, can how do I explain that? Can someone do /user Ero's mother? I'm pretty sure I see someone. Tobleon. Wait, he's actually gonna fight me. Never mind. I spoke too soon. Oh my God, this thing's annoying. Peace. What's that book? Oh, okay. Fortune 3 book. I don't really want to use it, I'll be honest. I gotta enchant my more books though. Without supported. Yeah, bro, we just killed a toxic man's, bro. Don't be like that guy. Wait, I just realized something. Something just clicked. If there's an Arctic biome, that means there's a warden. I just realized that. Is this true? Is this factual statements? Am I just yapping right now? Rush 2 dragon katanas? Yeah. Okay. Wait, low key. And then like push sharpness on 1 and then prot 1 on 1. Wait, you're actually cooking. Wait, hold on. Okay. That guy's still alive? He died. Never mind. I can probably make that later. Okay. The custom. Oh, because I swear, like every Arctic team that I'm in, I always find the warden thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm just tripping out though. It just feels like it. I'm still gonna go after this game. I'm gonna go and just report this guy. That he robs another guy. What's up, Manhell? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, bro. Wait a second. You're that Bedwars guy. Yo. All right, man. We hold the head in inventory. Wait, hold the head in inventory. If someone's come to start for it, good. How about you, bro? Pretty good. Some guy just told me to keep myself safe in game. If you know what I mean. Yeah. Oh, redstone. Oh, I hear someone. Please don't TNT minecart me. 7 redstone. I hear you. Where'd you go? Yeah. Where are you at? Oh. Dude, you have a TNT minecart somewhere. I'm not dumb.
Look at my HP and then think again.
Wait, what's your HP? Oh.
Okay. Oh,
wait. No! Fuck you go. Oh. No! Sorry. Oh, I just missed a shot. Wait, I knew it. You are minecarting.
Yeah. Hey. I wasn't gonna use it on the tree. I'm not like that.
You should have used it on the tree, though.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, but... Yeah, but... That cutoff is crazy. You can make Artemis. See TNT. Wait, man, have you been playing have you been playing the server? Bro, what the fuck? Do I not have a crafting table? Yo, Newbert does not have a crafting table. Okay, dude. It's a sheep. Yeah, I also see him in every game. It's this guy. It's this guy and Willow High, bro. This Willow High guy. I don't know, bro. I've been TNT minecarting every game that I'm in. Isn't that right, Willerhide? Wants to get a clip on me, but it's not gonna happen. Oh my god, are you fucking serious? Is that another person in the damn tree? G-head and 16 gold. Okay. I might just make sharp 3 katana now, if I can get it. Oh, sharpness. Just gotta make sure no one's near me. Okay. I guess just... Oh wait, I need those apples I got earlier. Oh my god. To be fair, I get a treat TNT marker every time. Oh my god. Wait, why aren't you making YouTube videos with Lidic? What are you doing, bro? I feel like every one of your traps could like actually hit. Deadass. You should start like recording and uploading your videos. Have you not seen I think it's iVeggie? iVeggie started uploading trapping videos and bro has actually gotten like hella views, dude. You should actually try it, Willowhead. Like actually try. Bye, Evan. Peace out. Bye bye. I should kill with someone with a sword. I was once a leaderboards player on here, and then I don't stop playing for 2 days, and I'm no longer a leaderboards player. I gotta get my aim training up. All right, cool. We're set. E-Rob's mother. Stats, E-Rob's mother. Holy shit! Wait. I thought I was shit. Holy. What's up, Sam? Oh my. Wow. Okay. That's like, oh my god, bro. How? Yeah, what are his solo stats, bro? No wonder he's actually toxic. Bro never wins. It all makes sense now, chat. It all makes sense now. That's a full diamond person. I saw that. Lord Percival. Wait, I need to get a sharp 3. Here's a Midas. Oh, wait, hold on. I want to fight you, but I gotta get sharp 3 real quick. That guy on my Midas? Was he full diamond at PvP? Sussy. Loki, fuck that guy. I saw a chest guy over here. I see him. He's fighting right now with the guy with the katana and leggings too. I'm sorry, Zentel. Oh, Zenta's gonna die. No. She wants me. I have no TPs. No, this guy got that katana.
My kill, yeah.
Shut up.
Fine. Let's go. Thanks.
Alright, bye.
Bye bye.
You're dead, bro. You're dead to me, bro. Know what you're trapping.
You know?
Now this guy just dies. Why did I go down there, bro? Okay, so this guy loves it too. Why did I go down there, bro? GG, bro, you died. GG, Wartrock. GG, bro. GG, 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 GG. All right, I need to... Hold on. I wanted to see that guy's stats. That guy that killed me. Or that guy was toxic. Oh, look at that. He's in my chat. Cool. Okay. Go. One sec, chat. 1 sec. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Oh, okay, that makes sense too. Okay. Okay. One sec. Okay. Give us a mod channel, thank you. Look at this clown. Look at this
Oh, yeah, bro,
clown.
you lose in your job, you lose in social aspects, you can win in Minecraft at 20 years of age.
What the fuck?
No.
Bro's a toxic player.
Take that in for a second, bro. Take that in
bro.
for a second.
What the fuck?
can camp the-
Bro's dying to water, by the way. Motherfucker is so toxic.
No. You can camp the border, bro, and kill people who aren't ready for PvP. You're actually the GOAT.
Motherfucker, I
You're
went
not
nether,
a
bro.
fucking loser IRL who should off himself, bro.
Jesus
okay.
Christ,
That's cool.
bruh. GG, you died.
Okay.
Jack, can someone clip that? What?
Oh,
2
yeah, bro,
stacks
you
of
lose in your job, you
gold.
lose in social aspects, you can win in Minecraft at 20.
The fuck's wrong with I don't know, bro. Look at his name, bro. Look at his name. E-Rob's mother. Okay. Hold on. I want to check something real quick as well. Let's see. Let us see something. Let me see something real quick. Time to do some investigation. That makes sense. Okay. Let me send this footage to the moderators. There you go. All right. Anyways. Okay. Make pack. Download link, please. Thanks. Oh yeah, here. Take the pack. Take the pack. I can hear myself. I am. Yeah. I was not hot miking. I don't know what you're talking about. Hold on. Where is it? Paxil. Here you go. This is the texture pack. That's what it is. Yeah, hello?
Yeah.
How's it go? Hello. Qndres, are you actually bad at the game like Kev and Dev? Okay, I think the guy meant Kira and Dev. That's just me. I'm in queue again? Wait, what? Did you buy a rank or no? Bro, okay. Wait, should I play? Wait, low-key, hold on. I told myself I was gonna play teams. I said I was gonna play team Civ. I'm done again. Yeah, it's Trapper. Qndres OP loots. All right. Hold on. List. Wait, where's my friend Booster? Oh, never mind. He's not here. Can't join back. Maintenance mode. Wait, don't relog then. Don't relog. Oops. Wait. Here you go. There you go. Sorry, I'm messaging people right now. I'm messaging my friends. One sec. It's a subscription, but you can cancel it. Like, okay, I don't think people understand, but you can buy the month and cancel it right away and still have the month. So it's basically like having MVP plus plus for 1 month. Wait, man, are you trying to play or what? Are you playing solos? I think you just doing a solo game, right? You should trap? No. No, I am not trapping, bro. I am not gonna trap. Hell no, dude. Yeah, keep I bet. Fuck. I wanna play one team before I gotta go. I'm done at Q. Chat. I can't if you're not full, bet. I'll let you know. Wait, Wembu. Wembu. Let's play Hoplite. Minutech. Let's play Hoplite. Meet you, Wembu. Oh. I'm in lifesteal session. I fucking love Minutech, dude. Oh. Build your face and make trap. No, I'm not making a trap, bro. No. $100 and I do a trap. I hate trapping. No. Wait, is Stuart in that event too? Bro, why is everyone in this damn event, bruh? Is Ant Teams? Oh wait. Are you in the event? Wait, is Ant chat? Does anyone know if Ant's live? I think he might be in the event too. He is. Fuck. Dude, everyone's in this damn event, bruh. Damn. Yeah. The Mind Draft Tournament. Wait, is it almost over or no? Everyone's in this damn event, huh? Okay. Why not the event? Oh, I didn't get invited. I don't know what the event even is, to be honest with you. I didn't hear about the event till like yesterday. Giving one for like 2 hours already? Damn. Wait, let me message here. Dude, I wanna play teams. Civ. Holy shit. I just got art sent to me. Chat, look at this art. It's for tomorrow, Crown Quest, but holy fuck, dude. Why are people so how are people so talented, bruh? Holy shit. Goddamn. It's me, by the way. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy. How are you, Sam, by the way? Wait, you took the bisexual out. Are you not bisexual anymore? Yo. Wait a second, Sam. Are you switching up, Sam? Come on now. All right. Ugh, it's fine. WR. Who's fur? Get home. Play. No, don't. Dude. Yeah, I think I kind of might just need to keep playing solos since everyone is low key. Wait, is Red June's in the event? I wonder if Red June's trying to. Maybe Red June's? Maybe Red On's? Unless he's in the event too. I swear to God, if he's in the event. Red June's, please don't tell me you're in the event. Please don't tell me you're in the event. Is he? He's not, I think. Wait, Tom, I realize I'm a musician. Wait, really? Damn, W. Wait. Wait, I gotta do so much shit today, man, again. Also, by the way, chat. Mexico lost yesterday. I'm actually fucking mad. We lost against Honduras, bruh. Oh my god. You guys don't understand how much I got mad yesterday? I went to sleep angry. It's very sad. It is. We're not supposed to be losing against Honduras. We're supposed to be beating them 4-0. We lost 4-0, bruh. Or 2-0. So that means on Tuesday... Wait, Mexico. Game 2. On Tuesday, we have to beat them 3-2 or 3-0. So, yeah. It's going to be hard. Yeah, we're like 12 in the world? Top 12? Which isn't bad. It's really good. Feinberg. Everyone's in this event, bro. Chat, what do I do? What do I do? What do I actually do? Get good at solo and play them. Wait, what? Is the event almost done? How long is this damn event? Well, maybe Coldy. Maybe I can team with Coldy. F list. Coldy. Wait. Unless you're playing solos. Goldie, please! Por favor, Goldie, por favor. Come on, Goldie, come on, Goldie. Maybe you can do it with Sova. Is Sova on? Let's see. He's offline. I'm telling you, everyone is like messaging. Let's see. See what Fernie says. All right. Oh. Is he busy? What Shatter? Also in the event. Dude, everyone's in this damn Twitch, wherever it's Mind Draft or Mind Rebels. Yeah, sure. I'll leave my solo. I'm fucked anyways. I need a third. You think you can get one? Question mark. Yeah, hello? Yo.
Hey.
We need a third, and we need one fast. So what Madhall says, we can team with him. He's just in a solo game, though. We have to wait. We have to wait.
Damn.
You're cool with waiting.
Sure.
Wait, let me friend him.
Yeah, I decided my solo game was not worth it. I was crafting my obby and I accidentally placed one of them and I was like, oh, fuck this.
What the how did you accidentally place your obby, bro? Nah.
Bro, it went into the spot I was trying to pick up more water, bro.
NPC like.
Oh, I was getting my NPC behavior out right now, man. Oh my god. No, I actually looked at it, I'm like, how did that even happen?
Yeah, did you have diamonds for inch table or no?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did.
Oh, see, you had everything for inch table. Do you have a diamond sword?
No.
Oh, okay. Wait, what? You didn't make motherfucker? No, no. In my opinion, I would have made sword, diamond sword, and just kill for
I make sword
enchants.
anyway, but yeah.
Because I don't know, I never get lucky
Yeah.
with
I had nothing anyways.
4 diamonds. Like crazy.
Someone can get my 1 gap. I don't care.
Message manhole underscore IQ. Message manhole underscore IQ underscore. We will wait for you. Oh, you can't message this player. Wait, what?
Wow.
I can't message him. I can't message him. I can't message him.
Wow. That's
Ego,
tragic.
ego, ego, ego. No, I'm playing. Hold on, I gotta. Dude, I got 3 wins today so far.
This is like my.
And
I played like 1 solo.
I played like 6, 7 solos. 7 solos now today. 3
Bro,
wins, 4 losses. Ugh.
Fucked over. I be getting fucked over in solo all the time. It's not even funny.
Really?
Yeah, bro. I
Oh.
don't think I've won a solo game yet. I mean, I haven't played that much, but.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Wait. I just don't know how to invite people. There you go. Wait, chat or mods. Are them again? Bet. Wait, I'll add.
Come here.
Oh no, this is Qndres. It's round 2 of Qndres.
Oh my god, spoke.
Hello
my God,
Qndres, I've
spoke.
been in multiple of your games.
Hello.
Do you have manhole added? Because I don't.
I don't. Wait, man, what's your Discord?
Hold on. I'm
Add
reloading.
add me.
My voice chat isn't working. I will be rejoin.
How do I join the privacy? Settings and then like the second page.
Can you warp me?
Yeah. Are you
I should
nicking?
rejoin my solo game. No,
Oh.
no, my voice chat wasn't working.
Okay.
Here we go. Oh my gosh.
It's
are
in
all the
settings.
YouTubers
Such
on a
settings.
team?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, they are. What?
Dude. I'm not going to the gym ever again in my life. Let's put this. Okay. Talk. Friends waiting for. I don't think we're chatting on Discord. I think we're just gonna chat on here. It's fine though. What's up, Korats? On your game? W Korats. Don't kill me, please,
He
Smile.
wants to be alone. He wants to be left alone in the mines.
Okay. Get it. Let's get it. We gotta win this game. There's also like 3 other. Wait. Oops. My bad. I muted on accident.
Oopsie daisy.
There is a
Are you going another?
sweat. Yeah, I can go another.
Okay. Do you want me to like follow you or not follow
yeah.
you, but like come with you?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay.
Yo, chat.
I'm gonna
Everyone,
go miner,
predict.
personally.
Ching, ding dong. Everyone, prediction. Everyone, prediction. Everyone, put all in on no. Or yes, I don't mind. You won't win because I'm here. All right, Cora, that's all right, bro. Okay. I feel you, bro. I feel you. Wait, chat. Can mods, not chat, mods. Can you guys put the title Civ now with Infinitely and Manhole. I am a face. And disc. Yee. At Qndres. Fuck. At Qndres. Okay, jumping.
I'll add one of us.
Wait.
Hopefully.
I see water. I see lava. Just land on me. I'm gonna try to get that wood.
That's you, right? Okay, yeah, bet. I'm gonna land on this side and go to this cave.
Bet. Yeah, get some iron. Try to get a bucket already. I'll try and find flint.
Yep.
I think it's enough. I hope it's enough.
I'm gonna use
I have
this guy's
flint.
crafting table.
Alright, first try flint. Okay.
Love
Oh,
first
that's a
try
yeah.
flint.
I have no iron. Fuck.
Oh my gosh, there's none here too, bro.
Is there anyone that we should work? Honestly, this lobby might be free. I'm not gonna lie.
I
don't see anyone unless you recognize a name.
Oh,
Oh my
Tulame's here. I love Tulame. Hmm. I'm just trying to grab cane. Okay, I've got iron.
Okay.
Or I'm gonna get iron in like a second.
I bet. I probably won't be able to get iron. To like right now.
I've got.
You already have everything?
I can get water
Okay.
from the cave, so.
It is already water. Just meet me on top. I got it.
Okay.
I just.
Oh shit! I don't know. Oh, fuck! I gotta go over there, bro.
Oh wait, just you see a lava pool on top? Just wait for me there. Unless
Okay,
you know how to fast
I don't
lava. Do you know how to make it fast?
No, I do.
Got it.
Bro, I'm actually.
Oh wait, check your friend.
I have to like bridge over to this cave.
All right, you just speedrunning skills. Come on, bro.
I gotta get the blocks first. I'm actually poor as shit. Okay, here we go.
Make it. Start making it. Start making it.
I've gotta get the iron first. No way, there's only 2 iron here, bro. I'm actually okay. I just got scammed.
I got it. Don't worry. I just need the lava pool wherever I left it. Found it.
Okay.
Just get to me. I got it.
Okay, I'm coming. Holy fuck, bro! I was running around like an NPC for a second.
That's not good. Frozen NPC.
I'm a little bit of an NPC, but that's okay. You got that. There's another one. There's another one over here, right?
Oh yeah. There's another one. Oh fuck.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Over here. Right here.
Dude, I threw that, bro.
Did he add me or you or both of us?
Might have added you. Cause I didn't get anything.
Oh, you did. Add friends.
What? Oh, you get away. There you go. You're too close. You gotta back up a little bit. Yeah. Back up. You can't be next to me. You gotta back up. Brendan, you gotta back up. Hello? Oh. In front of you gotta back up, bro. I can't place lava. You gotta back up. Back up.
Yeah, place lava. Oh.
Yeah, I can't place lava because you're next to me.
I was sitting in the way? Oh, yeah. I didn't even know it was a thing. My fault.
PvP. You're good. We're a little late, but I mean it's fine.
Oh, good.
It's Fortress. Fuck. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, I'll loot Wart Room.
Okay, I'll go find spawners.
Okay. Wait, you went looter? Or did you go?
No, I'm miner.
Okay, bye.
Not here.
I think it's over here. That's over here. No, it's not. Yes, it is.
Oh, I got spawner.
Okay. Wait, low key? Fuck. You know what? Might be a scuffed. Is it scuffed? Wait, what?
Oh, is it out?
It could be scuffed, low key.
Unlucky. Can you find some in a chest?
No, it's like super scuffed. Like there's not gonna be any chests. I'm pretty sure.
Not even. Oh.
No. Nope. Not
Well,
there.
I mean,
It's scuffed.
I guess that makes me feel better that.
Yeah, there's no pots then. GG. Just try to get like a blaze rod just for something we can craft. I don't know.
I got 2. That's good enough.
Yeah, it's just scuffed. Just get 2. Just break the spawner as well.
Oh fuck. I guess it's fair.
It's all good. It doesn't matter. You don't have to break it. Yeah, this is.
I was right next to it.
Oh hi man. How are you, man?
Hello, yo, what's up?
Sorry, we're kind of just taking over.
We're speed running.
Yeah, bro. By the way, am I supposed to be doing something? Cause I'm a little bit of a noob, you know.
You're good.
Yeah,
Just mine for diamonds, iron.
Yeah.
Try to get 2 diamonds for enchants. Yeah. You know how to PvP, right, on this version?
I mean, I'm not the best, but I think I'm alright. Not
Okay.
bad. Yeah.
Bet. I will try to
Got
get
a bunch of.
diamond as well now because I'm out of here.
Alright. Got a bunch of gold, bro.
Nice.
Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. I thought there was a guy trying to make a portal down here. I was like, oh, he's about to have his heart broken.
I gotta make this. Make an axe.
I'm gonna get us like flint and stuff like that, and string,
Yeah, bet.
all of that.
Bet.
We're about to pull Shady Oak.
Shitty was crazy. Horse kit. Okay. Yeah, we need leather. There's nothing. There's no. Wait, I'm at 0-0. That's not good. Everyone's gonna be here, bro.
Oh no, bro! I'd rather have 1 diamond than, well, I mean 2 diamonds than 1, bro. Like,
You got
or
that
no
one
diamonds.
vein?
I mean, bro, I found 1 diamond.
You're throwing. It
That's
didn't do.
actually a troll. Like they literally just like they
Dude.
probably like up the they didn't actually, but they probably up the 1 veins diamonds to fucking mess with people.
Low key? How would you believe it?
It's so annoying, bro. Like, that 1 diamond just takes spot, bro. Like,
I
It's
can't
actually
emoji
just
for
like the
life.
fuck you mentality.
yeah.
I got a GP. Can you need that for anything?
Diamonds.
The GP.
Gunpowder.
Oh, okay.
Guys, I found diamonds. It's more than 2, more than 1. Not throwing shit at anyone, you know. I'm just trying to say that
GP
there's.
in Bedwars, so.
That's you know what? No, I respect that. No, I
No. I found diamonds, by the way. More than 1, by the way.
That's great.
more than 1.
Not trying to throw shade at anyone, you know. I'm just saying I got more than
No,
1.
no, you never, right? No.
No, never.
Hey, how much gold do you got?
What, 5?
Ooh.
Damn, that's a bit low.
Sorry. That's NPC like, I know.
Oh man.
Yeah, I can't say anything. I don't have either of those.
Alright, you're throwing. It's just Jesus. It's like,
Right.
actually, honestly, just go next.
I'll be a power spectator. I'll give you the most delightful comms you've ever seen.
That. Oi. Oh, I found more gold. I'm fucking carrying
you.
gold.
Jesus
Yeah, do it like
Christ,
4
guys.
times. Jesus.
Problem's
that-
gonna
who's
be
that?
to find feather, bro. I have like a lot of problems with finding feather, bro. Like I can never
Oh, feathers.
find a
Like the-
decent amount.
You like the bow?
The bowing is really good, but my aim is sometimes questionable, to be honest.
Okay. Fuck, oh, my teammates explored cave. Maybe diamonds, though. Maybe diamonds.
Oh my god, this cave is awful.
Oh, wait. I see a dream skin looking at me. Very scary.
That's better
What is bro doing?
Run away, bro.
I'll try. He's following me though.
It's a big fan.
Thank you. I think I'm a fan of him. Wait,
Huh?
Wait.
What?
Yo,
Anyways.
yo. How do you even get that from up? Bro.
It's okay. I'll let it slide.
Alright.
Thanks, man.
From.
Appreciate you letting it slide. Bro, get out of my cave, Dream.
Wait, what? 3 veins of gold right next to each other. What?
I've
Nice,
got
nice,
like
nice.
6 veins of copper, so like beat that.
That's crazy.
Oh, you're
Hey,
really
we
good
need that
mining.
for a bow.
Power wombo go crazy.
Yeah.
I'm about to start getting like a stack of copper for the boys. Like,
Yeah, I need
Yeah,
some.
there's a new civ update, by the way. Everyone's gonna have P3 armor if they get enchanted, by the way. It's like,
Wait,
yeah.
what?
right,
Yeah, they
I
added
love
4
that.
Prot 2 books. 4 Insta Prot 2 books. So if you have a Prot 1, you can make Prot 3. And there's 4 of them, so you can make like 3 Force Prot 3. Or 3 of them. Wait, last vote. 3 Insta, yeah, 3 of them, my bad. It's kind of broken, but it's fine. Just chill.
Alright, so I'm gonna go up.
Okay. My teammates have enchants.
Yeah, I'm gonna run to you guys because I literally have fucking shit.
I have a decent amount of gold.
I'm getting stalked right now. You get apples up there?
Yeah, I
Some
can.
gold.
Wait, I didn't get obby.
one-
It's fine.
The one thing I'm good.
You guys got obby?
No, we can probably just find some on surface though. It's all good. Like,
Alright, coming up.
but damn, this is really unlucky. I couldn't find like one more diamond. We got like one.
What do you need it for?
Just diamond sword.
I have 3 diamonds.
Okay. We can make like 2 swords then, or you can give me 1 and you can make a sword for yourself.
Yeah.
I just gotta get a obby. That's all we need from on top surface. I'll go up though.
Wait, Infernally, are you good at PvP or in this version?
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, I'll give you the diamond sword then.
All right. I've got 6 apples. Hopefully that's enough for now. I'm ready.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
ready.
good.
I'm ready, Baby Qndres.
Yeah, I see that. There's like
I
one of the team right here.
I have like 45 gold, so we're gonna need some more apples.
Oh shit! Wait, you actually carried in gold?
Yeah. Hopefully I don't find anybody here because I have no armor, bro.
Wait, I have a whole team above me. Oh shit! Wait, hold on. It's fine. I'm chill.
There's only 2.
Oh, it's only 2 and they're NPCs. We're fine.
Yeah,
Here,
and
let's
2
look for.
of our teammates plus I'm here.
Okay, let's look for a lava pool real quick. So what we need.
Oh, you're here. Okay.
I have obby. I have obby.
You have obby? Bet. Where you at?
Okay.
Okay.
Good idea. Was it PMC? PMC.
Yeah, PMC. We have a compass. We got you. We're coming to you.
All right.
Okay. I'm just gonna make an iron sword till you're here. Oh fuck! I don't have wood. There you go.
You have apples?
I don't got.
Yeah, I do. Over here.
This guy's gonna give me apples. Oh, he has diamonds for me.
Oh.
W mans. Okay.
I'll drop you some apples too. There you go.
Holy shit! Literally care packaging. Thank you.
Literally.
So there's so many people, dude. Holy. Yeah, just vote offense, by the way. Make sharp 3s.
I'll bet.
Chat,
Yeah.
this isn't real. Chat, this isn't real. This isn't real.
A guy there. I don't know where he went. Uh-oh.
Wait. Don't
All right.
worry. Oh, offense. There you go.
Wait, who do we vote?
You can vote me if you want.
Yeah.
All right.
Might as well.
Okay, mobile seer. We can all get
Yeah,
diamond swords, by
there's
the way. I have 2 diamonds free as well.
Perfect.
Okay, bet.
All right, I see you.
I see you. Yep.
I'm so lightly behind, but I'm coming.
We're good. Yep.
I don't see anybody near, so.
Yeah, we're good.
Should be
Everyone was
fine.
at 0-0, I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Rest of the obby.
Lovely.
Here's
Fuck,
some
do you have
saddles,
lapis?
you guy.
I have
Oh
some.
no.
I
Okay,
got.
good.
I
Oh,
got.
okay,
I
good.
got.
I have a stack. Take some. Oh, I'll talk to someone
Wait.
over
Here. Wait. Do you want the diamonds? Infernally.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That'd be nice if you have
Here.
some extra.
Here, we can all
Yeah.
have here. Take 2.
Oh,
There.
bet.
Thank you.
Do we have stuff for books?
I have paper if you get like that. Get the horse in front of us.
I
Wait,
have nothing but
don't.
books.
In Changers, you know
Oh,
how to do
fuck.
the sharp
Wait.
3, right? Minho?
Yeah. I need the what's called books
The
and.
book? Okay.
and
I got enough for 2
lapis.
books.
I need lapis.
That's right here.
So I got gold. I need some apples as well.
Oh, there's books right there. Wait, oh, this guy's watching my stream. Okay. Makes sense.
Oh.
You have 3 iron?
I need lapis.
Oh, here.
Oh, 3 iron. Yeah.
What am I missing? Oh.
Lapis right there.
Do we have an anvil?
Yeah, pass. Iron right here. All right. Yeah, I can make it. Hold on. Wait, W teammate.
Perfect.
Actually, this is a crazy anvil spot, but that's chill.
I know. Yeah, that's string.
I have string here. Wait, shit.
That's a gap. I'll take that though. I'm just gonna.
Wait, I have 45. I can give you guys. I need to
45
do my
gaps?
light.
Sorry, what?
45 gold.
Oh,
we
Jesus.
gotta
Here,
do
take
our
some
light
Take
apples.
some apples.
Yeah.
Bro, duped.
Yeah.
W.
Let's go.
Patra, what's up?
Here's some gold if you guys need here and Finra.
Oh, but yeah, I can take that.
And then here. Oh shit! Give me this.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Wait, I haven't enchanted.
Holy.
Kind of slow. Wait.
Oh, I should probably check my armor. Holy shit.
Oh
So
wait, I
random.
don't have enough levels. That's crazy. Wait.
It's fine. Need to shot people.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to find people. Little
Alright,
solos.
I'm just gonna upgrade. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bunch of solos running a 0-0 by themselves, so we'll probably find a lot of people.
Alright, I'm ready.
All right, I'm good now.
As you see, one guy here in front of us. Looks like a noob. Noobert's getting water.
Is that you down there?
Okay, I'm not a noober.
okay,
No.
okay. No, I was like, where'd you go, bro?
What's Paul on? He's on like a Tiger
Paul.
team ish. PAH.
47.
Oh, that's his whole team.
Oh, is that all of them? That looks like a decent team too.
Yeah, we're good. They're chasing me, but one has no chest plate on. One has no chest plate yet. We gotta just hero back up.
I'm slightly behind. We're both slightly behind you.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
Nice leaves.
Get it, Jed.
Okay, we're here. Wait.
I'm eating apple.
I'm getting off you.
I got one.
That one?
Nice.
Getting off
Good
you.
shit, good shit.
I got
more?
the chest plate, yeah. Mini gap.
26-14.
Nice, good
Got
shit.
one.
Look up the shit.
I'm gonna chase this guy.
The W, holy shit.
Bro, they got. Wait, break it. Oh shit.
Oh my god. Oh, I thought he was lower than that. I thought I could just crit him out. That's okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, we can just, it's fine. Just go back to 0-0. It's one guy. Made a GN.
I'm gonna make a
I'm
jihad.
gonna make one as well. Wait, I got 8 gaps somehow. I only had one
Wait,
before. I don't know
what?
happened, but that's chill.
Damn.
I only had one
Here, you
before.
wanna toss
so
me
that's
like
chill.
2 maybe? I can
Just give
have
me
one gap.
1 second.
Yeah, you're good.
I need gaps. I got 13 gold.
Here, I'll just here. Over here. I'll just pop you 3. Over here. Over.
Oh shit, my bad.
Oh wait, no, 3 gaps. Oh shit. Wait, I
Yeah,
got
okay.
gaps, but I just
Wait, I
wanted
need-
to ask.
wait,
My bad.
I didn't pick anything up. I have 1 gap.
There you go.
Thank
Take. Okay. I
Wait,
have.
wait, I still got
What the
1
fuck is
gap.
happening? Okay. There we go. Okay, there we go. There we go.
There we go. There we go. I have 3
There
now.
you go.
Okay.
All right. You guys have any apples or no?
I can
No,
make
I
tracker tracer
That
pack.
works, yeah.
What is it called? The
Tracker
wolf
pack?
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Making boots, by the way. Can someone put that on inch table?
I didn't take it.
Wait, who has enchant table?
It might have been our teammate.
Inch.
Do you have table?
Did you pick
You
it
wanna
up?
Take it?
I didn't. It was one of our teammates that picked it up, I think.
I think yeah, it's probably over here.
Oh.
Wait, where's our team? Where's our rest of our team? Hold on.
Bruh. Where'd
There's
they
only one
go?
other there's only 2 other options. I don't think one was with us.
Yeah, I think they probably left it. They probably left it over there. They're probably so enchanting. I'll be honest with you.
Oh god.
There's one guy asking for diamonds. He was a 1-star. I don't know.
Trustworthy.
Ow. They look keep getting chased right now because they're like 175 blocks out. Yeah, I think they're getting chased. I think. There's no way. Oh wait, no. Oh, they killed someone.
Yo.
Wait, they're actually not NPCs. Wait a second.
Well, they got like
Hold
2 more
on.
kills, I think.
Yeah.
All right, we should go drop some people. I'm a big fan of that.
On. Oh, it's right here. The engine table's right here.
Oh.
Perfect. I need to enchant my armor. Bro, I got a lot of shit. Holy crap.
Bet, I'm ready. You want to craft that tracker pack?
I have.
Bet. Place whenever.
Yeah, I'll give it to him.
Oh.
Wait, let me enchant my armor real quick.
You're good. You're good. Don't worry. Oh, back to 0-0. We'll wait for you.
Wait,
Ready.
Wait, I'm out of food, bro.
I'm ready.
I'm losing saturation.
Okay, it's one guy. It's Newbert
okay.
again. Actually, I don't know if it's a Newbert. I say Newbert, but they put out the craziest traps ever.
Some people
Oh,
are
man.
just galaxy braining this with traps.
I hate people with traps, bro. Oh my god.
Okay, I'm about to run out of sprint. I need like an animal or like food.
Oh, I threw my bread out. Fuck. Are you low? I'll try for 36. Yeah.
Oh
come
no,
on.
I'm not.
Wait.
I'm just about to run out of sprint
He's running that way. Why
Like-
is he running?
right now. I'm gonna start walking to the sheep.
Here, got you.
Get over here. Yes.
I'm a little bit far,
Okay.
by the way, guys. I'm coming.
You're good.
Okay.
You're good. We're just chasing this full iron.
Okay.
Actually, I'll be honest with you. I don't think it's worth chasing him. Oh, he's right here. Actually, he's right here.
Okay, I'm coming now.
Name
Got
is.
enough food for the rest of the game.
This is whole Tiger team. See him? He's
The rest
eating
of the team?
apples. He doesn't know. Wait.
I'm a little bit behind.
Oh,
I
a shit
need,
ton
I
of
need
gold.
cows. Who does that? Oh wait, who has extra leather?
I don't.
You guys have.
I don't.
I need to make that bag thingy.
I'm
I
coming.
don't.
Yeah, hell yeah.
If you need help, by the way, just yell it out, man. We'll come back. We're just chasing this full iron. We really need help right
Wow.
now.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Is it worth chasing this guy? Fuck. I don't.
Man.
We're going so far away from 0-0. We probably should get another kill.
Yeah, fuck this kid. Fine.
Yeah.
Break the boat.
I got the boat.
He's over there. Yeah, he's running back to his team.
He's just gonna, yeah.
And I should have never skipped leg day, bro. Holy crap.
Alright, we ran a lot.
Yeah.
Get your cardio in, bro. Get your cardio in.
Trying. I'm here.
See you. We're going back to 0-0.
Yeah. It's like,
This way.
oh, it is straight this way. It's like straight this way, isn't it?
This way, look.
It's this way.
Yeah, my wolves are smart. Okay. Oh, they just. Oh, wait.
Wait,
Oh, the wolves. Holy shit. I was
Yeah,
like,
the wolves.
I was like, 0-0 is this way.
yeah. Bro.
Like, what are you doing?
I was confused for a little bit.
Wait.
Wait, what?
No, this is.
Where are wolves going? What the fuck?
The
Oh,
wolves
the
are-
string. Oh, there's some
Look,
slime
look.
balls.
Let's just hope there's no cave in front of us because they're gonna
Signs of
go
human
down.
life.
My dog's like.
Oh.
Okay.
Enemy?
No, I just don't see anyone.
What?
What the heck?
My dog just debated us, I guess. That's fine. We're up. It could be mushroom team here. Oh, but there's nothing. There's like no tracks.
Bruh. Wait, did you use both of the trackers?
Yeah. The first
Okay.
one chased us to that full iron, and the second one just didn't do anything. You have any more bones?
Oh yeah.
I don't.
Here. I dropped.
You have redstone and iron?
Yeah. Here.
I got him.
I-
Oh,
oh.
I guess we both tossed it. Well, now you can make 2.
All right. Oh wait, prot 2. What the fuck? Wait, do I should I make
Pardon?
prot 3 iron chestplate?
Yeah, if you can. Yeah.
If you can, yeah.
Okay, by the way, the dogs chased me this way this time, so I think there's actually
That's
gonna
not
be people over
possible.
here.
Dogs are triangulating, bro.
I know, right? I hope so.
Oh no, I hate the snow biome, bro. I've died too many times to the snow thing.
Do you have
thing.
the,
You
do you
know
have
what?
the snowpack?
Oh, I don't know how to fucking have it.
No, I
I'll
don't.
give it to you if you want. It
Alright.
literally shows you the outline of the thing.
Yeah, because it's so annoying, bro. I've died so many times to that.
Dude, what the where are my dogs pointing?
Where are people, dude? We're running towards
What
nothing.
the fuck?
Maybe we need to split. What do you think?
No. Probably not.
Wait, unless
Well, I
wait.
mean, unless there's like.
Okay, our dogs. Okay, they're still pointing this way. They could still be this way. Hope.
Maybe they're pointing to somebody.
Oh, I see an IGN. I see an
Oh?
IGN.
Oh yeah.
I see like a lot of them. A lot of IGNs.
3.
I
There,
see
there.
one.
I see like 4, 5, 6. It's a whole team.
It's one of the big teams. Yeah, it's snow team.
Snow team.
Yeah.
I only know one person there. That's it. So. They're full irons. Oh fuck.
Nice.
Oh.
Holy
Alright.
Holy fuck, I'm better run out of sprint again. What the fuck? I'm better just pre-gap.
Yeah, I just do that. We're about to fight right now. They see us. You think they see us?
I think there's 4 of them. One definitely.
Just one has to press F5, right? Surely one presses
Like,
F5.
Come on.
Well, there's like people fighting now. Oh, yeah, I see this guy behind it, the delirious 4-8 guy. Doesn't look too good. Okay, now they saw us. They saw us for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another guy here. I'm trying to cut this guy off. Oh, raised or days underscore. Oh my god. Here.
I'm close to them. Nice. He's AFK. Wait, this guy's AFK. I got him. Wait, oh shit.
Where'd you guys go? Oh fuck.
Okay, right here.
Good.
Turn around.
You guys gotta
Oh,
go.
you guys
Got
are
him.
on
Drop them in
Nice.
gaps.
Okay. I probably shouldn't chase this on my own then.
We're coming. You should chase. Keep chasing. You're good.
Okay.
Oh, amethyst. Oh, I dropped that.
Going.
Keep chasing. We're coming.
So just 3 of them just
I
running.
can craft another head battle. Is it worth stopping? I don't think. I have decent healing.
Yeah, keep going. Keep helping. Oh, there's a guy over here on me too. But it's 2 people, 3 people. I think
Yeah,
we
you
turn
got
around.
this.
Come back.
Yeah,
Oh.
Where are you? Oh, all the way back there?
yeah. Back
Yeah,
to
yeah,
0.
Okay.
Come.
Oh, this is where I need a fishing rod.
I see. Oh, there's another guy there. Wait, he's alone. I'm gonna go for him.
There's a full team right there too.
Yep, 3 people at least. Oh, they have a quick charge bow. They have flame as well. This guy is not a good runner. I can get him right now.
Okay. I'll let you.
There's a guy bowling behind. don't know.
We should get this again. Get him.
Oh my god, he's like 1 HP, 4 HP if you can bow.
16 on this guy.
Okay, I'm going back to you guys.
Watch your teammates, man. Huh?
Wait, what?
We might want to
Wait.
turn.
No, you're good.
Oh.
Keep going. You're good. I'm right behind you guys. You're good.
Okay, I bet.
He's just looting back.
Bro, we need that. That flame bow would be nice.
Fuck. What the why is that dog like sitting down? Look. They're just gonna bone run. Yeah, good crits. Nice.
He's missing on me.
Well, prop 3. And 6.
11.
Oh, there's a team to our left as well, but that's fine. Oh, they're all jumping down here.
Because I'm the 10. If you can jump on him. Nice. Nice. He's dead.
He's dead. Get that guy.
Oh fuck! This guy's gonna get me.
Holy shit.
You're taking your 2
Oh,
on.
fuck.
Oh, you got. Oh, you're 2v1 man. Oh fuck. Okay.
It should run right. Turn right. Oh my god, they're punching me off. You're good.
I'm going for the guy with the bow.
Yeah, go for that guy. Oh my god, he has a power 3. Or power 2 at least. This guy's annoying. We need that flame bow.
I'm out of blocks, bro.
Loki, I think I'm just gonna help you out with this guy with the bow. Nice shots.
15.
Get ahead. What's he on?
15. Oh, or he. Oh, no, he's on 32. What the fuck? Was
Get
it
a
probably a
jihad
jihad?
Yeah.
Bunch of people here. So that's fine.
Oh, he's just leading us to another team. Amazing.
Lovely.
I don't care. I rather just chase the guy to the border. I don't care. There's a whole other team. This guy has Artemis right to the right of us.
You want to go for him or?
It's only 2 of them. Fuck it. Let's go for this guy here.
Yeah.
Enderbro too. Enderbro and Artemis. So worth it.
Yeah.
Come here, bro.
Yeah, he's gonna TP in a bit.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
On this way.
Yo, you wait. The dogs are pushing me. That's great. Oh shit.
I
He's
got.
on 10. He's on 10. He's on 10. Yeah, he's on 10. River's laggy, I think. Yeah.
This guy with the Artemis bow.
Yeah, this guy's annoying. This guy. I'll get the bow and just teleport on his teammate. Nice. No, yo,
He's
nice
on
shot.
6.
Yo,
He's on 4.
holy shit. Bro's a shooter. Wait, keep shooting. I can pick up your arrows and shoot him as well. Oh, didn't matter.
Oh, nice. Good shit.
I got it.
Nice.
Wait, I need some blocks. Anybody got extra?
Yeah, here, take. I just dropped some in there. Fuck.
Alright, it's fine. I got a lot of shit.
You want to use it internally or?
Yeah, I can.
Bet.
I don't have. Oh, I do have arrows in mine.
Just aggro on everyone we see.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Just like full teleport on them.
Yeah, I think we go back to that. Because I don't think we have anything else.
over
Wait.
here.
Oh, I can maybe make another
I have 24
Artemis.
gold. Do you guys have apples?
Yeah, I have 4.
I don't.
Here.
Take this. Oh, fuck.
Move it a little bit. Okay.
Oh,
I
our
can make
teammate.
light apples?
Okay. Okay.
What?
Our teammate just gave me art. Like, okay.
Oh, that's chill. Okay,
Nice.
I have 9 gaps now. You need
I have 4. Yeah. Low-key, like, toss me, like,
here,
what's your
take some
healing,
over
man, huh?
I got 6
Oh,
energy
bet.
head.
I have 6 and
Okay, yeah.
2 Jihad's, so we're chilling.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
have 7. All right, bet. Do you guys have extra stuff for trackers? Because I still haven't made mine.
Yeah, here.
I'm still
I
in
have redstone.
redstone.
I threw the redstone out.
I
There's
don't,
people
I
over
don't
here,
have
though.
iron. Oh, wait,
Oh.
this compass is right here. Wait, can I use these?
No, you can't use
okay,
those
okay.
compass.
Bro, I need
I
a
didn't know.
bag. There's no like cows.
Do you guys have iron? Because I don't have iron for compass.
I don't.
Fuck, I tossed like a whole bunch of ton of iron back there.
Oh, it's right
I
here.
have 2 diamonds if anybody needs.
Just save them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go look for that guy over here. So it goes kills, and then it's assists, and then right here it's team kills. Over here in front of us, right here, one guy. Something
I'm
ooh.
coming. I see that.
He is on 39. Love ooh.
Oh yeah. 39.
I hope he has arrows. Our teammates admiring the pink sheep that there's is in the vision. Nice. Oh my god, no. Stop running, stop running. Oh my god, W. I forgot you had that. 21, you get a gen?
I forgot I had that too.
20? Arrows.
Oh, you see,
There's another guy.
that's the
Oh, there's a big fight over here.
team. Oh shit, there's
big
like the
over
whole
here.
game here.
Oh yeah? Okay, I'm coming. Is it orange team?
Manhole.
Or whatever?
He's running.
Nice,
It's the
nice.
red team, I think.
Any arrows I can pick up on
Yeah.
real quick?
Fire, bro. This is hilarious.
I have arrows here. Okay.
Might win.
Oh fuck, you picked them up. Can you get those arrows, Vernon?
Maybe
Oh,
I don't have them. I don't have them.
Oh, someone picked them up then.
2 diamonds ahead to gap. I can make that.
Yeah, aggro on
He's
that
fighting all
guy.
the way over there. Oh wait, this guy's a flamebow right here.
Yeah, that's the flame bow.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh my god, it's 20.
oh wait, I'm getting. Oh shit, that's not good.
You good?
Dogs
I need
there.
help. I have a
you're right,
jihad
so
though,
you're right,
but
so-
Oh, you're over there.
oh
Okay.
shit.
Here, I'm gonna
You
try to
beat-
ender bow on you. Yeah.
I'm gonna need I'm gonna need I'm gonna need G head. I'm gonna need G head. Oh, never mind, you hit it. Okay.
I ate one. I ate one.
Okay, okay. Nice, good end, bro. Just get him off him, yeah. I'm gonna chase the guy behind him.
Oh,
If you need another G head, I can yeah, call it out.
no, that's fine.
Oh fuck, I'm trying to.
I'm here. Help me. I need my teammates to help.
He's off you. He's off you.
Nice, nice, nice. I'm gonna go up. I got no blocks. That's crazy. I'm coming with you. I help you.
Oh fuck, I gotta eat a jihad.
No.
No, I'm good.
Oh,
I'm good
that's
now.
fine.
I just didn't want to quick drop.
Got him.
Yeah.
No, teammate, don't loot the pile, bruh.
Holy crap.
God.
I got a
Whoa,
terrible
I
bow,
didn't check
but
it far. Oh my god,
I have
bro,
a
I'm pulling
power
with
3
this-
punch bow.
come.
You need help?
No. We got him. Come on. He's on 8.
I can't
Nice.
TP yet. He's
He
on
gap.
6.
10. He's healing.
I can TP.
He's
in a
coming
little
with his team. Oh shit. I'm on.
bit. Okay. We should probably
We
back up.
need to get out. We need
Yeah,
help.
come
We
back,
need
come
help.
back.
Back up.
Coming.
I might. Do you see us or are you close to us?
I know where you guys are at though. I know exactly where you guys are at. I have 2 G heads by the way, so don't panic. I got you guys. I'm coming.
Yeah.
Are you guys on the ground?
No.
Okay, I'm back with that.
Yeah.
I'm back on that mountain,
Guys,
by
we
the
can
way.
talk about this. We can talk about
We're
this,
not
guys.
there.
Come on.
We're by the river.
Shit. Oh my god, you guys went that way. Okay. See.
Is that you right there?
Yeah, it's me.
Oh,
It's me.
yeah. Okay. All right.
Wait, that's Andres.
No, 40. Be careful.
Yeah. We can't fight this.
Yeah, they're not gonna
why
push
you-
it. They're
Look,
saying
Yo, why
they're
you
running.
running? Yeah, why you running?
Let's get him.
They saw your Artemis. They're like,
Quick drop.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, they're right behind us. Let's just run.
Bro, I was on half of her. Holy shit.
I'm both spamming. I swear.
nice.
Nice both spam.
Come on,
There's
bro.
another guy with that over
Next
here.
boat blanks. Okay, we're good.
Wait, come back. Run away.
Oh, wait, another Artemis. We need that.
There's a guy behind my teammate.
Bro, it's actually 1v1.
Turn back on this guy.
Right?
Yeah, this guy's on 1. Yeah, boom. Good shit,
I'm on
boys.
1? What do you mean?
Yeah, you're on 1. This guy's on 16.
I don't want to die here. Oh.
Oh,
Careful.
we need to help Inferno. Run.
That guy's on like 1.
Jihad. Thank you. Oh, I'm better now.
I got his teammate. I'm coming back.
Oh, he G-hitted on me. Fuck.
One of our
Oh.
kids died. Watch out.
They're running. Fuck.
Yeah, run.
I'm low on
They're
healing
running.
and I need blocks. Fuck.
Wait,
I don't have either.
1v1,
Actually, I
1v1,
have.
1v1.
Wait, do you have any healing?
1v1, bro. 1v1.
I have one gap.
No, your teammate's obviously not 1v1ing, bro.
Bro, 1v1. Stop it.
Do you have any apples, Minho?
No, I got none.
Okay.
Alright, now
probably-
1v1.
I could try to get some if you want.
Okay, they just both there. This is great.
I can make one more gap.
Wait.
All right, bro. Come on. Oh, your teammate's mowing again.
Grab a bunch of leaves too. I'm grabbing the leaves.
Okay, wait, 1v1. Stop going.
Yeah.
Stop going. 1v1.
Yeah, 1v1. Yeah, 1v1.
Oh, one apple, two apple,
Yeah, 1v1.
two apples.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. They both be down.
Oh,
Okay, here,
stop
take
it.
one gap. No.
Oops, my bad.
Can I have some leaves? If you can.
Oh yeah, I only got half stack, but here, take
Oh.
that.
By the way, our teammate's just coming, by the way. Teammate's on 1. I have 6 gaps, though. What you healing?
I got one gap.
Fuck, I need more arrows, boys. I have a power
Alright, good luck.
bow.
I have some. I'll give you. I have some.
I have a stack.
Okay, but I need flint.
I'll give you some.
Why do you need wood? Wait.
You need flint? I got flint here. I dropped.
Oh,
Oh,
that shit's annoying. I'm like,
I'm stuck.
Can you put this craft table?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
I have one. Here, I'll throw these arrows over here, Andres. Right
Here, take this, manhole.
Oh fuck. Okay.
I need blocks. Fuck. You're at here. Take this.
Thank you. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah.
They're all on fire. Bruh.
Bro, both hands crazy.
Drop what you had. Oh my god. I already have one. I already have. Yeah, someone take that. Someone take that.
0v1.
I have it.
Okay, wait. I can't. I'm gonna get out.
Bro. My shots.
Oh, wait, it's
Okay.
not one. Wait, no, I'm at 0 health.
His teammate.
No bow. Stop going. Don't bow, Sam. Don't be scummy.
That guy's on 3. 11.
Don't be a little scummy. Don't be.
Got him. Nice shot. Got him. 17.
Is he low? Oh.
Yeah, he's 14.
He's dead, right?
They're 12.
No, he got me stuck.
Nice shots. 19. Get ahead. Our teammate's fighting.
That's
Oh, to
me.
you, friend.
Fuck.
Back up. I can age you head if you want. Eating it.
Oh yeah. Holy fuck.
I have.
Turn this guy. Oh, keep running. Shit, you're in 7.
Yeah. I can pearl it or.
Got him.
You guys have one.
Got him.
No.
My bad. I'm sorry. My bad. I didn't mean to kill. So my fault.
No, not you.
Oh.
Bro, I almost got one. I got up to 2 and then they stole the kill.
Yeah, it was me. My bad.
Oh.
My bad.
Oh,
my
no,
bad.
it's fine. That's fine. Oh, they got it.
I think this is just a clutch win.
I'm out of healing, by the way.
Okay, I can give you 2 gaps here. Oh wait, that's not. Wait, that's not me. Here, in front. Take 3. There's toss you.
Yeah.
Oh, one's on 5. Oh, shit. 14. Wait,
Someone's gonna get the kill here.
what is this guy on, bro?
What is this guy doing?
I'm kind of low. I got no healing. Nice. Okay, got inside. Wait, you got 4 gold extra? Or I mean, actually, no.
Yeah,
no.
it's
I
just-
need a gap.
Wait, we just win.
Yeah.
This last guy, I don't know where he's at. Here you go. Take some gaps.
Oh wait, it's only one guy. Oh shit.
Yeah. GG's.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait.
Nice.
What's a Midas? Hi Holly. Hi Holly. What's up, Pip? What's up, bro? GG's chat. GG.
Neom.
GG.
Lovely.
Let's go. Yo, I have not gotten a win in a bit.
Yeah, if you know first game off, first game win. You know what I mean? You know, that's what they say. Now we gamble. You want to go again and win another one, or
Let's go.
Let's go. GG.
That was looking a little scary there for a bit, but you know.
Yeah, there was.
I think I was on half heart twice, but that's okay.
Jeez. I think we can play one more.
I'm finally gonna upgrade my miner. There we go. Now I'm not totally useless. Only slightly.
We go again? We go again? We go again? We go again?
I'm done.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think
I can play one more. Oh, it's team games are full. Hold on.
Wait, do I have you added at for Nolly?
Oh yes.
So let's go.
Civ is full. Holy shit! 838 players in queue. God damn.
The server
Hi,
is
Bob Blue. Hi,
getting bigger
Bob
and
Blue.
bigger.
Hi, Bob Blue. My name is Bob Blue, and I'm something like Bob Blue. I smell like shit. That's what I smell like. Hi, Holly. Hi, Holly. I guess I'll stream snipe you. Glios, such a goofy head up, bruh. You're a drop, bro. You're a drop, Glios. That's Glios. Nice, bro. Has this not played? I'm waiting for Dev to message me back, bruh. Dev. Fuck. Zach, I gotta. This guy. Dev. This time. Oh, why didn't it work? Oh, because I have it under this here. One sec, chat. We're back.
Hello.
Why would a man hall? Oh, he's back.
I'm back.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello. 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 Hello.
No way. This manhole IQ #1 Bed Wars player.
Oh my god, it's manhole underscore IQ.
Manhole
underscore.
IQ. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's
My
manhole
god.
IQ. Oh my god. It's manhole
Us.
IQ. Oh my god.
What the fuck?
No way. Manhole IQ. Manhole, can you say hi to my child? He loves your video.
Hello, child.
He loves you so much, man.
Nice. Did you subscribe and like on all of the
Yeah, he
videos?
does all the time.
Nice.
Going.
What the fuck, bro?
I'm your biggest fan. Please marry me.
Yo,
Hey, man.
what's
Hey,
up,
man.
Board Monkey? What's up,
Hey, man.
Board Monkey?
Hey man, how you doing, man? Hey man.
Who you
Hey
playing
man.
with? Coin. Who you playing with? Who you playing
I'm
with?
alone.
Oh, W alone.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, man, you want to join my party?
Wait,
Yeah, sure.
Coin.
Let me.
Wait, Coin, dodge
What's
me
up,
quick.
man?
Coin, dodge me quick. Dodge me.
Got you.
Dodge, I want to beat you up.
What the fuck?
Manhole IQ, #1 Bed Wars player?
Number
My
2,
ears,
bro.
my ears. Alright, we win this game.
I feel like I've had a stroke.
I don't know what the fuck that was from.
Oh, we are not going toward border. Okay.
Bro, this is lagging.
Yeah, there's a forest, or there's a tree right there. I see lava.
There's a whole ass ocean, bro. What is this?
Alright, go
Alright.
northwest. Go northwest. There's stuff there. What's up, Zenzel?
Northwest?
I still can't do shit anymore, but it's fine. Underscore 3 batch change right now.
Oh,
Yes,
finally,
yes.
my beloved cows. What's up?
Hey. Oh, you weren't talking to me. Sorry.
Oh.
I was gonna make that exact same joke, but I was like, nah, I'm good.
No, I had to hit the self-report first.
Ah, sussy.
Bro, 3 cows, 1 leather. Let's go.
Now, what is that mine
Is this-
draft tournament?
It's.
I have no idea.
Did you watch the one a couple of years ago?
The one that Twitch Rivals, right? That was Twitch Rivals.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it? The
I
same
think it's
thing?
I think it's like basically that, but like new version this time.
Oh shit. Okay.
Wait,
Chill.
wait, what is this ice thing? Oh my god, I've never been in. Oh wait. Okay, there's just nice. All to myself, nice.
Do everything. Wait, there's an ice biome? Wait, that's big. If we find Silk Touch, we can make glitch stuff.
Wait, how do you wait? I don't know if there's a bottom or something to this.
What is it?
I don't know if there's a bottom or something.
Is it
like,
that tall thing?
floor.
Is it really tall?
It's like a pyramid.
I don't think
maybe.
so. Well, I think one of
Oh
them
no,
does,
pyramid.
one of
No.
them
It's only the 2 chests. That's it. It's really scuffed.
It's 4, bro. It's 4. I mean,
Oh, 4,
it's
yeah.
a new thing. I've never seen it.
Mhm.
Okay, I got 2 apples from it and a couple apples.
W.
Yeah, my nether rushing luck has not been going well this game. So
You can come to me. I'm another like 2 seconds in.
Oh,
Can you get gravel somehow?
I'll get gravel.
I can, but I'm like at Y0.
Okay. I have gravel.
Wait, gravel for flint, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, you need it right now. Oh, never mind.
I can just mine. I'm in a decent cave.
This guy's just stalking me, bro. He's gonna come in nether with me. No, I'm good.
Just say no, bro.
194 to 607.
I found a 1 vein of diamonds and a duped.
Nice.
Never mind. I got 3. Whoopsie.
It's cool.
It is. Oh, it's the fortress again. I think, or it could be Treasure Bastion. Treasure Bastion. Why is everyone following me, bruh?
You want a picture?
Dude, I don't know where it's at, man. Don't follow me. All right, cool. Hopefully that just stopped them. Damn, whoever just spawns here just wins. Fuck, so they looted already.
This is not good, bro. I'm not gonna find a good cave. What is this?
Fuck. They got a godly spawn. Actually annoying.
Wait, are ice packs good?
What is it?
Ice packs, the blocks.
No.
Ah, okay.
Should I make diamond sword or save for a table? I
Save for
know you
table.
have diamonds yet, right? Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Oh, this might be a. Oh, this is bad. Already looting the top chest, bruh. It's horrible. They got the worst spawn in the nether.
Alright, my teammate.
You're weird as shit, bro.
You really try to get me killed like it's gonna get me killed.
How much flint do I get for all of us?
Get like, I don't know. You don't have to get that much, Loki.
Alright.
So this dude's actually just like, he must be dead, but I'm not gonna die to one pig.
Ugh. Someone do this. Someone loot this whole chest. Oh no. Who watches Kieran Dev?
Not me. Sorry, I'm a hater today.
It's fine, don't worry.
So, fuck off, bro. Like, you're not getting this stuff. Why would I,
I'll
like,
get some
leave?
obby. That'd probably help.
Yeah, please.
Oh man, I'm not gonna find anything good. No, this is all looted.
Like, what is it? He's not killing me. Like, I'm not low HP. What is his thought process here?
Oh my god, I just got poison, bro. What the hell, man? That's okay. I still have saturation.
What the frick? And there's nothing in here. That's amazing. Love going to closed caves.
Yo, I hope you guys know where the
It's actually a
I've been
hobby of
looking
mine.
at. There's no reason for
Yeah,
you guys to
same.
do it.
Hey, hey, good
So, this dude's
monkey.
actually gonna chase me all game.
What's his name? James? What's up, James? Bye, coin. Yeah,
Alright, I found some,
by the way.
Keep following me,
Found a
please.
lot of
Please
iron.
just keep following me.
Damn.
Did other people get stuff?
Yeah, that guy. I put it. Oh, that guy's name I just put in chat. He has the
You guys, like, it don't
stuff.
matter to me, bro. You guys are fun.
Wait, is it like the place with a lot of gold?
Yeah, it's a treasure bastion.
okay.
He got 2 forged diamond and another ingot. I dropped that guy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's fine though.
How
to,
many
like-
blocks of gold is it? I
So
saw
it's like
in the video.
16.
What
like 16
the
block of
frick?
gold.
Yeah, that one's broken.
This
What
one's
the
broken, yeah. And you also
They're
got
all
backup
broken,
chests
aren't
and
they?
gold as well. Yeah, most of them broken. You get katana if you get like everyone, all of them.
I think I wonder if they go in and like manipulate like the Bastion like file structure and just like
Nerf it a little
kind
bit.
of break a couple blocks. Yeah.
Eh,
Or just have less gold spawn. Like there
Yeah.
should still be some, but
Whoever gets it gets a huge head start.
like you can
They do,
literally get
yeah.
like
definitely something you could do because
because that's probably a better
honestly-
approach than just like the old thing they did with like just 50% structures. Like
I'll be honest, they should just nerf all of Nether. Like it shouldn't be like Nether
Yeah.
Defiant every game. Like, you know what I mean? It should be like snowballing or like, I don't know.
yeah, if you get stuff in the Nether, it
What
should
happened?
be like
What happened? What happened? What
it's
happened?
like
What
yeah,
happened?
you
How's
have
it
an
fucked?
advantage, but like
Mhm.
they nerf Dragon Katana so bad it's actually not worth getting now. Did they nerf Dragon Katana?
No, it's
They
it's still
did.
broken. It's still
Oh.
broken though. It's still
Is
broken.
it?
It's,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
true. TP and all that.
TP and just it's another base. It's just broken if you get it too.
Yeah.
People still rush it. It's like they took out the speed from it, and they
Yeah.
reduced
Oh,
like
yeah.
the TPing, but it's still like a broken sword.
Wow, I missed my MLG. GG guys.
And you're
over.
dead, juice.
Game's over. Unlucky.
All right.
Wait, how's it fucked?
I'm
How's it
I'm
fucked?
leaving this game, bro. I'm getting nothing. I got 48 iron.
Oh
Shit,
my
no-
god!
no gold, no
I just
nothing.
got blown up by a creeper. I don't know, but we're fine. We're fine. We're chilling. I get a final heal. We're fine. We're chilling.
Reaper. Ah,
All right.
nobody.
Nah, we're good. We're good.
Bruh.
Right, all my life
Nobody.
already.
Nobody said that.
Andres, where is you? Dead.
At your mother's house.
Damn.
Eating cereal with your mother.
Having a
Was there more
nice
targets?
discussion about cryptocurrencies with your mother.
Pooling priorities and have set people push them and depend.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna get
like
some-
everyone.
I'm
Right? I
gonna
mean,
get
that's what we
a
do.
lovely
We have like
collection of,
we have like a morning person that
leather for
pulls
some
priorities,
books.
and then we have like obviously the actual whole GM crew that just pushes those priorities. Why has no one been pushing priorities or what? That happened to us one time, and then we had a visit, and they're like, "Oh, why is your priorities all out on the floor?" And my manager was like, "Well, I won't lie to you, we got no one."
I
mean,
can get
it
his
was true,
hobby,
though.
by the way, guys.
I have it already. Don't worry.
Damn. Do you have any? How many diamonds do we have total?
I still have 3.
We just need like 3, 4, 5 more for diamond source for everyone.
Yeah, I'm not really in a
Even with the
cave. I wanna go
system,
on
3
surface
fastest
myself.
pullers.
Damn.
Probably.
Jesus.
I'll
Yeah, I don't
just
know.
set
Honestly,
myself right into one of
go
them
to Walmart.
just to see.
I heard Walmart. I mean, yeah, I guess it's like
Look at those apples.
I don't know. I've heard Walmart. It's
yeah,
like
be
it's
good.
better
Oh,
for
I
like
already
stuff,
took
but they just
okay,
treat you like they
I think
treat
we're-
everyone like shit.
That's nice.
Is what I heard.
I'm making up for my caving failures last game.
There's also like a lot of like weird people at Walmart. I'm not gonna lie. There's like the people that what is it called when? Oh wait, I can make. Sec. We can make. I can make Artemis if you have for my 2 diamonds.
Oh.
I just need gunpowder. You have somehow get gunpowder. Is he string?
I
have
do.
it.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
And
Lumberjack.
starting yesterday, the store director decided to make it. Oh hell no! That's how we used to do it. Wait,
Real
no,
bad.
that's actually like an
I'm
L
just gonna come
method.
to you guys.
Because then it's like, oh, you didn't pull your or you didn't you know, push the priorities, and it's like, then you guess who's in trouble. You know what I mean? Oh, you didn't do this today? Okay, well, let's have a talk after work. No, it's ass. The amount of talks I had after work is crazy, and then like
Hey, what's this
they
cave?
realized it
Diamonds?
that
Diamonds
it was
here?
like the
To right?
shittiest way just to like
Diamonds.
have people do that,
Press-
and
press one for
they changed it
diamonds,
all up.
right?
Before you check out a cave, just say diamonds and then go look. They'll
I
be
bet
diamonds.
diamonds.
I wouldn't-
Wait,
I would never have diamonds in this cave, surely, right?
Qndres dying before PvP on? No, I'm good. That was close
Come
though.
on. Come on.
Also, what's up, Tally? How am I? My other scrap? Wait, what?
Oh man.
I had a bunch of glow light like and look like diamonds. They literally do. Like
We should go on strike.
Mojang
Simply.
actually
Thoughts? Simply, let's go on strike. Let's request more pay and
Alright.
more days off. How are you, Sailor? Hello,
This time I
Sailor.
want to get a bunch of blocks because last time.
Hello, hello,
no
Sailor.
blocks.
yeah, facts.
Uh,
Me too.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm kind of hungry right now. What did you guys eat today? Have you guys eaten anything?
I had a nice piece of pizza this morning.
Me too.
Well, not this morning, but
I had pizza like 2
Well.
days ago. It was fire.
I had a bit ago.
What?
Yeah. A little bit ago.
Oh, I thought you said you had a. I heard something way different than what you said.
No. No.
Wait, where are you from, man?
Oh my gosh,
I'm
diamonds!
from Iraq.
Diamonds!
Oh shit!
Nice.
both.
Yeah.
At least 2.
Oh, I see someone here.
I was going
Who
up.
do
and
we-
then-
Who do we meet up with? Infernally or?
in
Yeah,
front
I'm
of
at
it. I
borders, so
am.
don't come to me. I'm in the corner
Oh.
of the map. Like, I wouldn't come to me. Oh, you
350
guys.
blocks away from me. I have 2 teammates with me.
Okay, yeah, I got 2. I have 5 total now. We're all meeting up at the corner of the map.
Is like Loki an NPC. Alright, I'll be trapping.
Make my armor first, and then I'll.
NPC.
No, he got out of it.
Wait, where are you at? Oh, you're at the
I
bottom.
trapped
Now.
someone.
Yeah.
Nice.
Diamonds. Holy shit. Full iron.
Wait,
Bro had nothing.
yo, what?
Bro had beds. Bro's actually ready to spear the dragon. Wait, I can make my Artemis if you just give me 1 diamond.
He was speedrunning.
No, bro's
yeah,
literally...
an extra one.
Oh my god, bro. Bro had everything. We go offense here
Single
again. Oh my god, I got
You're
really
79 star? What the heck?
Am I?
Oh, there's guys here.
Sorry. Also,
Yeah,
the
there's a
fastest bullet
guy
on target.
here.
Put her in
We're
2
in
weeks.
30
Oh
seconds.
shit.
Okay.
We can just take a free kill, guys.
This says you...
You spawned another
It's like, hey,
reactor.
it's like me. I went to... I'm going into fulfillment soon. I told him that I don't want to work anymore because I was like, yeah, I gotta drop an apple, and didn't believe me.
Yeah.
And then
Wait,
I showed him my
Andres,
pay stub with Twitch, and they're like, oh
is that you
shit. I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. I'm going up. I'm going
Oh
up.
fuck, never mind. Okay.
We could kill this guy, but like, I don't know where his teammates are.
Well, if this guy, if our teammate opens his eyes, he might actually be able to kill him. Here we go.
Bro, he's just running away from
Turned
him.
away from him. Oh my god.
Dude, yeah, he's gonna. Should we not?
All right.
Yeah,
No, I'm
let's
not bothering. All right, I'm gonna put the table right here.
Can someone bring me sand? Not
Yeah.
request, but
I got you.
thanks.
Got you. I'm coming.
I have 3 diamonds and I made a table. Should I just make? I'll make myself a sword.
Okay.
And then I have an extra for you, Andres.
How much sand do you need?
Like 5. Yeah, for TNT. Also, wait. Did you make the did you make the diamond sword yet?
Yeah, I have, but I have an extra. I have an extra.
You have a diamond by any chance? Like 1 diamond?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
you do?
Yeah, I have 1. Yeah, I have 1. Don't worry.
Wait.
I took into account your request.
Wait, where are you? Oh shit.
I'm coming. Sword. What's up, Elizar?
I'm here.
How you doing, bro? Elizar, stop ghosting me. You keep leaving when I say hi to you. SMH, bro.
I'll copy that diamond in a second.
SMH. Elizar's fake.
I have too much stuff on my thing. It's crazy.
With the games, appreciate it. Well, gotta get ready for it.
I
Good
need
luck with
a
work. Good
bow.
luck with work.
Suspicious stew. What is that?
Just quit.
Do you guys
Doesn't
have
do
a little bit
anything,
of?
Doesn't do
Do
anything.
you guys
no.
have some extra iron?
Yeah, I have like
I
a
have-
stack.
Here. Can you help me? I'm gonna make an anvil. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys are
Okay.
far as shit. Holy fuck. Okay.
Yeah, we're in the corner of the map, like.
I'll meet you guys at 300.
Where's the
300.
enchantment table?
It's over here. It's there. Did someone take it? What the fuck?
Wait, where?
Someone just grabbed it.
Wait a second.
Where? Somebody, bro. Somebody took it, man.
Oh fuck. You know what? I gotta go back down.
Oh my god. What are they doing, bro?
Wait, I actually might be trolling chat. Troll chat.
I think it's this guy. I think this guy's not participating in this game. Or no, he is. Who has the table? Do you have the table there?
It's fine. I just.
What?
You got 2 diamonds, you said? Oh,
Do
sorry.
you have the?
Oh, he
here we
placed
go.
it.
Someone got it. There you go. We're good.
Wait, you guys had 2 diamonds on you, right?
I have 1.
Fuck. Okay. I see a guy here in front of me. Okay, I can try to kill him.
But do you have diamonds for me?
I just have the 1 for Andres.
Oh, okay.
That's all.
Oh,
Alright.
what's his teammate? What's fetch on?
Fetch. What team?
36, we're good. Oh, that's a guy.
Can we come to you? That way?
Yeah, come to me.
Okay. I guess we'll just leave this stuff here. I don't know.
Well,
Are you
do we-
using stuff in hall?
Should I take it? Should I take? But our teammate is enchanting.
Well, if
I have 2 guys on me.
if
Fuck.
you're done, take it.
Yeah, just take it. Bring it to me.
Oh, we're 6. Okay, this way.
This could be RIP for me, by the way.
All right, I think they're done, so I'm just gonna take them.
somehow-
Andres, run east if you can.
Yeah.
Run east.
I can
We're-
run. I'm
we're-
running south right now.
We're coming. We're running west to you, so run east if you can.
Okay.
We're 500.
Fuck yes, fire aspect. I might be dead here, boys.
I'm coming.
Are you guys behind me?
They have fire sword. I'm dead. Fuck.
Are you?
Yeah, most likely.
Still 400.
Holy crap.
I didn't make my healing either. Oopsie.
Oh fuck. Okay, somehow I might be able to get you guys. Oh fuck. Okay, they're trying to cut me off. I'm running literally east right now.
Okay,
600.
I'm running straight west. It's just.
Okay,
Renhard,
I see one of you. I've
behind
seen
me?
you.
I'm behind
Yeah.
you. I'm
Can you
behind
drop?
Is it a?
It's a 3-team. Can you
I
drop
don't
one
have.
gap?
I don't have healing.
No,
Oh
healing.
yeah,
Fuck.
yeah, yeah.
I can.
I do. I do.
If he has fire aspect, he has fire aspect.
Alright.
Okay, I'm dropping
Snowballs,
it.
maybe they'll get scared. Yo.
Okay, I'll get him off you.
But yeah, I need healing.
No, no,
Coming
no,
straight
no,
for
no.
me.
Wait.
What a fucking weirdo. What?
Our teammates need to do something. Nice.
No, it's fine.
It's
You-
this
you're
guy.
good now. Are you good, Andres?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just 3 hearts. I just need gaps
Okay.
or something.
Do you need another one?
I didn't pick it up. I don't know where you threw it.
Oh shit. Here, just take mine.
I have two. I can give you.
Fuck, this guy. Oh my god. Give gap.
Drop gap. He's. Oh my god.
There we go.
Okay.
He did. Oh shit.
What soft
shit.
on?
Oh, I'm low. Oh, fuck.
Oh shit. Wait, he's off you. You're good.
Bro, they got. Holy shit, they got fire aspect, bro.
You have diamond? Anyone?
I have
I
my
don't
one.
have diamond.
I have the one.
That's it?
Here, right here. Oh shit.
Oh, fuck.
We're getting dropped.
Bad. Yeah,
Bro,
apples.
his sword. I'm dead. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
Shango.
I think we. Yeah, there's too many people.
Yeah, fuck. Our teammate's gonna die.
Oh, I got one.
Run.
Yeah, let's just.
They have fire swords. They rush something.
Yeah. Oh man.
Wait, that's just on
Shango.
15.
Wait, they got a fucking OPS team. What?
Insanely
How the
stacked,
fuck?
bro.
Oh shit. Okay, no, let's just dip.
Yeah.
I have gold to make heals. I just don't have apples.
Same. Yo, that team is
I
broken.
had, bro.
What? You're good. Don't worry. Which I know. I seen one diamond. My dumbass like didn't pick up the diamonds from earlier.
Wait, Andres, you see this one guy?
Yeah.
You
He's the
wanna-
one with
oh, wait,
fire.
no, I don't. Yeah, no, I don't have healing. So
Him either.
or
Just gotta run.
healing or arrows. This is border. Run left.
Yep.
Oh, you're like okay.
We run to border, baby, and get nothing off of us.
He's right
He's
on it.
on-
What the?
I'm there.
Okay, I'm just gonna. I don't think it's worth me coming back. I'm just
No, it's
gonna
not. Well, I tossed out everything outside the border.
Nice.
Jeez.
Damn.
You have a teammate behind you, by the way.
Cool.
Yo, thanks for following Lunar Clips. Lucky Mix. Hi, Lucky Mix. Do you hear the voices? Lucky Mix. Hi, Lucky. I died. It's okay, Lunar Clips. It's okay. GG's. Loki, there's only one. Actually, no, it's 2 people. Never mind. They both have fire.
Yeah. I'm just gonna like speed run shearing right here, maybe.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
need
I'm
blocks
okay.
anyway, so I have to do it.
That team, by the way, that we just fought against is like, I just don't know how they got teamed together. Like it's 2 of like the most OP broken teams. Oh my god, crazy. Theo and
Some parkour here.
uh,
I made one gap. Wait, where the fuck did this guy come from?
Fetch is crazy.
that's not Theo. Never mind. What's up?
This
Back
border?
up disc. We're full already, bro. We're full.
Wait, there's another dude?
Yeah, there's
How many
another
people
dude on
are
a
there?
horse. There's a whole nother dude on a
Jesus.
horse. It's weird. Our teammates just said, okay, well, Honestly, that's
Oh.
it's whatever. It's GG's, boys. It's GG. It's over. It was over. Fuck. All right, guys. Well, I gotta go. I gotta head out.
Yeah.
All right, there with the
Yeah.
carry.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Thank you guys for joining. Bye, 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 bye.
See ya.
See ya.
Later. GG's chat. GG's. We played Civ. 6-hour stream today. Not too shabby. I actually like waking up early this early. I'm gonna go. Hey, Lucky. All right, chat. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna raid someone though. So stick for the raid. Stick for the raid. Low key. I think Infernally's still streaming, so I might just raid Infernally. I'll raid Infernally. I think he's still streaming. Unless he's ending. I gotta go record. I gotta go record. You're leaving? Wait, let me see. Wonder if he's ending. Let me see. I have an ad in his chat. I don't want to rate him, and he's like not there anymore. You know. He is. Oh, he is still streaming. You think he's still streaming? Okay, I'll rate Infernally. All right, chat. Peace out. Thanks for watching the stream. Join Infernally's raid or stream. Thanks guys for watching the stream today. I'll be back tomorrow. Probably. I don't know what time. I low-key don't know. I just expect to stream early in the morning. Okay. Expect to stream early in the morning. Yeah. Join my Discord, by the way. You already know. Do that. Do everything. All right.
Sometimes it isn't. Yeah.
Peace out, chat.
Yeah.
Bye. Bye now. Peace, 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 peace. How early? Like 8 a.m. maybe? Like 7 a.m.? Like around the same time. Around the same time. Okay. Bye, guys. Bye, bye.